Maybe I'm a nomad, never in one place, living off of memories, visits to outer space. It's a combination of reasons, esoteric and personal to me. When ancient spells control a situation, I leave. It's the human in me. Never had a room more than a year at a time, leaving invisible statues behind, knowing where to buy the cheapest food and the fastest wine. No desire to be called continental, till I could say I slept on every continent. Antarctica, you better know I'm coming for you. Too sweet, it's the gangster in me. Learning rules and etiquette and different methods to drive. Another face, another crowd, another romance, another way to escape another town. 100 miles further to infinity. Today it's Massapequa, tomorrow New Orleans. Maybe just this once the world could settle down for me, but that would be too easy.
and listening to jazz. Let me turn this jazz down. There we go. Yeah, this one's been driving me crazy. This was supposed to be quick, but it got really difficult, and I'm not a quitter, so it's just eaten more time than I expected, but it'll get there. It'll get there. I'm gonna chase this sunk cost fallacy to the end of the earth. And it's just something nice to kind of fill the void when it's just me. I really should just talk through anyway. So today I was just, I don't know, I was zoned out. I just wanted to just enjoy kind of getting my brain in art mode. I won't. No, I'll be fine. It's really nearly done. It was just a few little things. There was it had a couple of foundational problems that needed fixing that I was just trying to muscle through and kind of shortcut around, and it just wasn't working. So I had to come back and do some broader fixes that really would have saved me time if I'd have just done them in the beginning. Very easy, dumb thing to do. That's alright. It'll get there. A lot of the details are looking good. Just need to get everything kind of spaced right now. And then I gotta do the hair and stuff. Actually, I gotta get some water. That's the next thing I'm doing. Oh, excuse me. Water. I'll be right back. Alright. Yeah. Back into my battle station. Rickety chair, check. Towel on the neck, check. Yeah. Yes. I have a muffin near me, and I have a spare builder's bar. I can build calories, I guess. I don't know why it's called that. It's like a breakfast bar situation. No, I'm in good shape, though. I'm in good shape. I'm ready. Ready for a long, productive day. I'm hoping to knock this out. I actually don't have anything, I don't have any paid work on the table right now, so that's kind of neat. I can get a chance to work on some other stuff. But this is my... I've just been keeping like one giveaway piece on my block, like, at a time. So whenever this one's done, I get to hop over and hunt down a new one, so that'll be fun. And then I have one other thing I can get working on today if an idea comes. I have the canvas open. It's up there waiting for me. I have one other thing I can do, but I need to come up with an original design for it. The people I'm doing the wrestling characters for, they want me to come up with an original character to put in, so it's a cool, super fucking cool project to get to do, but I want to come up with something really cool so I can really do the hell out of it. So I haven't quite thought of what I want it to be yet. And there's a few types of like wrestler I haven't seen like represented in it yet, so I might try to do something like that, or I don't know, just maybe style it after someone I really like. But yeah. So that's just floating there waiting for me, waiting for a good idea to strike me. Coffee, give me strength. Oh. Give me calf beyond calf. And this is looking really good. I need to open this sleeve up a little more, I think. This is a weird outfit. Well, not weird, that's not the right word. I haven't gotten to draw anything like this in a while. This is like, I don't know what, it's like industrial, it's neat. Like modern, like modern, like dance industrial type outfit. And this is definitely not something I get to draw very often. Yeah, so far so good. I am hoping it makes for a nice evening, but we'll see what happens. But yeah, if I can stay on track right now, I'm in great shape. It's always easier to be like extra productive when there's nothing specific that's like weighing you down that you need to get done. When you're worried about like trying to like, oh, I gotta finish this thing or that thing. That adds like a lot of dead weight to your process that can slow you down after a while. What the hell? What's going on back here? No? Oh shit! Crystals. Okay. The crystals. Yeah. Yes, it is. I already forgot the name. Whatever they are, I love them. I'll give them I'll give them some props next time I walk by the can. That is such good instant coffee. It is better than non-instant coffee. I've never said that about any instant coffee I've ever had in my life. It's normally barely drinkable, if it can even manage to be drinkable. Yeah, actually, I forgot to have any yesterday. I made myself a cup of coffee, and then I went to work and just didn't drink it. And then I got home, and I was like, oh, it's too late for coffee. So I got into the evening, and I had this just a bad caffeine withdrawal headache, and I just couldn't figure out like why my brain hurt. I worked it out like right before bed, like, oh, it's super too late now. So I just went to sleep on it. So it's not just instant coffee, it's 50% old instant coffee. Oh, but it does the job. Thirst so good. Ugh. Okay, let's get this hand right. Actually, let's just start. Anything down here I want to do. I'm going to start just putting the caps on parts of this thing. I think I can just do a little bit and be done with these feet forever. They just need a little fire. A little fire behind the ankles. Some of that. One of these. Some of those. A little bit of the shimmeries. A little bit of that oily texture. Make it look kind of rubbery. That's a bit much up there. Let's bring it down. I kind of still need this dark spot in here. Gives it a lot of life. Alright, it's pretty good. Still orange on this side. Fjord. The lighting on this one's really interesting because it's like two-stage lighting, but it's the way that it's layered. Like normally when you see like designs like this or so, you know, when you're trying to do this contrasting lighting, you either do like one, you make like one a primary color and one a secondary color, so it's just like on, like in the environment or on the character or whatever. Or when you do lighting, normally you'll see people do them like dueling, like it'll be right and left or up and down or whatever angle there'll be, you know, one light from that way and one light from that way, so you can get the most like dramatic use out of the two tones. But this one, it's one then the other and then back to the first one, which is interesting. Hello? Oh, what beautiful voice do I hear? Oh, who could it be? I don't know. It's Ben. Yeah. Sorry, sorry to the fans. Sorry to the fams. Sorry to the fan dancers. Sorry to the fan man. Rest in peace. Sorry especially Fandango. Also rest in peace. Actually, no, fuck Fandango. I'm glad you're dead. Fansley. I don't know what that. I don't remember what that is, but my brain tells me it's a name of something, possibly a website. Is it? Amazing. Yeah. Big John's Fan Emporium. You know, just all the, you know. She's a fan, you know. Oh, you did? Oh, hang on, let me bring you to life here. Oh, yes, hang on. I remember why.
The talented.
There we go. Now it's been. I'm sure those jokes were really funny. One-sided.
All the words that we could come up with that started with fan or Fran.
Yeah, maybe it was better we cut that. I should have muted myself too. That would have done it.
That's the trick to any stream.
Yeah, that's coming out. That's not going to be in the highlight reel. That's for sure.
That's coming out of your paycheck.
Yeah, take your cut. 0 to 100%. It'll get you the same return.
100% of 0 is the same percent as 0% of 0. Welcome back to Math Facts.
where we play it safe.
I actually found out a really neat one that was like 15%. No, what was it? It was it's like 6% of 10 is the same as 10% of 6, or something. Where like it makes it easier to do percentages if you just find the one that's not batshit wang jangly.
I don't know what to do with that. Is there a could you say that but to someone stupider? Not me, of course. But someone who knows less about math.
Yeah, just that like okay, 10% of 60 is 6, right? Because you just move the decimal one place.
Right.
But 60% of 10 is the same thing.
60% of 10 is also
0.6.
6. Yeah, okay.
You don't have to math out 60% of something. You can just math out 10% of the other thing.
Interesting.
So it's just easier.
Okay.
I didn't know that until like a week ago.
Yeah, I don't. Okay,
even a
yeah,
week is being generous.
That's pretty cool. Oh man, I had one of those the other night. I was like laying in bed and fuck. Oh no, it's even worse. Because whatever it is, I didn't know until that point and was embarrassed by it. And now I forgot, which means I still don't know. But I know to be embarrassed. Fuck me, this is the worst case scenario. It's all fucking falling apart, Ben.
Is it that Tim Curry and Tim Burton are two different Tims?
You gotta tell that to Christian. That's his mix-up.
That's his shtick. How many times do we have to teach him that lesson?
The Tim connection.
Tale of
Sadly,
Two
Tiny
Tims.
Tim passed away before the before they could get together.
Tiny Tim Burton.
Tiny Tim Burton.
Barton, Barton, Tim Barton, Barton. Like, damn it, Christian, there's 3 of them now. If we
Shit,
say
I
his name
haven't-
one more time, we summon him.
I haven't heard that in a long time. Shit, that was from high school. God damn. Burton, Burton, Tim Burton, Burton.
I was from high school, and we're old.
Yeah.
There you go. Little
This is wee
little
business.
reminder of the entropy of time for
Oh,
you,
yeah.
just to spice things up.
It'll get you too. Eventually.
One of
Newspaper.
these days. Unless you take good care of yourself and
Quite variable, actually. So you die by a coincidence. It's pretty wild out there. You take care of yourself now. Leaves.
watch out for buses there, kiddo.
Little knuckle on the chin. I'll be back for you
Yeah.
later. Much later, very soon, who knows? See ya.
I'll see you in 2027. What? No.
What?
That's soon. That depends on when this conversation takes place in the narrative.
Quack. Hang on. Where's the thing? Is it real? Wait. Oh, shit. Oh, stuff's all out of order. I thought you.
No, this doesn't make sense at all.
This one? There we go. Putting the chat on screen. There we go. You can see a
Cold Lord.
blazing chat. Did
Oh,
you
10 chats.
it's just something I heard in recent news I thought was really funny. Somebody asked Elon Musk like who he thought was gonna like win the election, and in like true Elon Musk crazy faction, he's like, I don't care, I'm not worried about who's gonna win the 2024 election. I'm worried about which AI is gonna win the 2036 election. It's just like, you're in charge of things. People answer to you.
I also very much would like to dispute that he doesn't care. That's
Yeah, I think.
such a steaming pile of dog shit.
Yeah, it's provably untrue. I think that's
But
just
in
his
true
pivot.
Elon Musk faction, not a funny joke.
Well, look, like we're in a special moment right now where everybody has to find their own special way to jump ship. And maybe this is Elon Musk's. He's like, I'm not gambling again. I'm just gonna say AI will do it, and then I can just make that AI, so I'll for sure be right.
I don't
It's genius.
know. Have you talked to it lately? It's not winning a whole lot of nothing.
Maybe you shouldn't have given it a caveman name. Maybe that wasn't so
Go
smart.
along with its caveman thinking.
God damn.
It's like arguing with a duck. I don't know, Grok. Maybe that doesn't sound like it's very factual. You're like, wow, I can't believe it got that in a text.
Oh man,
Inane quackery.
earlier I was just sitting here doodling. I turned on my stream kind of early. I just wanted to sit and like doodle away at some passive project.
3 o'clock. I wasn't even off work yet.
Yeah, I didn't expect anybody to make it here. I just wanted to jump in and draw. I was sitting and drawing anyway, so I just like put it out. So I just put it on just to do it. But anyway, so I was just like listening to like just some like kind of happy jazz and just drawing along and having a good time and just like bopping my head. And what's it called? Where's my fucking brain? Oh, I tuned into the song that was playing, and I realized like I knew I was here live. Like one of the reasons I wanted to turn the stream on early was just to record the thing I was drawing. So I would just have a recording of it. So I wasn't really worried about there being other people here. So I kind of knew there wasn't, and I realized the song that was playing was like a jazzy happy birthday song. just the
Just
totality
sitting here by yourself listening to Happy Birthday.
on someone else's birthday.
Also, I just realized, is the chat reversed on your screen?
Yeah, just to fuck with you. Maybe.
That's a great reason for it.
It's just how it goes, man. You know, sometimes things just like it's like why are you hassling me? Why are you hassling me right now about this kind of
Because-
details stuff? Why like just
Because clearly you've been
hanging
doing
out,
this
being
for years
cool
and
and
years.
stuff? You
You-
gotta come in
It's
and
like the number 5 channel on
out.
YouTube doing streaming,
you know.
and you want to set an example for the youngins.
yeah, for all those up and comers. Fucking rotate you. What is this? What's even being moved back here? What are you grabbing?
Everybody enjoying the
Oh.
behind the scenes.
I know,
Oh.
right? Okay, there we go.
OBS being a
Nope.
giant stack of
Son of a
shit.
bitch.
How did it even? How did it even?
I don't know.
How
Hang
did you
on.
even get it to do that?
G-
I'm looking at the rest of the screens. The words are straight there. It's just here where they're backwards. How
Eh.
even the fuck do this do?
Now get. Why are you like this?
You choose to be this way.
This is fixable. It must be, because it's too stupid. Huh?
My favorite part is it's like too stupid to be done
Aha!
like on accident.
There
It
we
had to be a setting that was put in there.
Okay, better?
don't
I
know.
think that's right. I have to wait for the stream to catch up.
I was gonna say we gotta wait. Like there we go. Look, you have there.
Go on.
Oh yeah, no, you're good. You're good.
We're good? Hang on, I'm gonna look. The way you said that made me suspicious.
Well, because at first it was upside down,
yeah,
and then
yeah.
you rotated it.
It's look, I don't think you'd lie to me unless you thought it was really funny. So it's just worth a check in an instance of extreme clownery like this.
Apparent buffoonery.
Apparent,
We
errant
go with the
buffoonery.
incessant quackery from earlier. On today's episode of Funky Adverbs.
Oh man, you want an interesting I don't know what you'd call this, but here's just a thing. What's a okay, so like what is like a super weakness you might have that gives away what your superpower is?
Oh, it's really hard to not go back to Super Zeros with the dumbest the dumbest weakness in the entire deck.
Well, it's hang on, it has to be a weakness that gives away what your superpower is. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. God, it's so much easier if you just hand me a superpower first.
Oh, I know. Oh, yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, I didn't drill on it. I just thought it was a good idea, and I was like, oh, fuck, I'll bet about that when he comes in. See if I can think of anything funny. Because I was thinking like,
Can I do two? Can
if you
I have two
if you were
weaknesses?
like specifically not fireproof, like that would that's like a dead giveaway. Or like you burn super easy. Like, are you a plant guy? Or, I don't know. Go ahead.
Are you an Iceman? Oh, I was gonna say,
Yeah, if
like-
your weakness was room temperature.
hot soup. Specifically, a callback to the old Campbell's commercial where the kid comes in and,
Oh, the snowman.
and he drinks the soup and he's like, normal kid.
He melts back into a regular kid, and then 2 cops come in and arrest him because they finally caught the snowman.
Got you, snow kid. You sons of bitches! Fucking entrapment!
I'm gonna get you, you little sick fuck.
Dragging him out. Thanks, Colonel Campbell's. Don't you ever say my name. You do not name drop me in front of the criminal. Sons of bitches. The two I was gonna go with, but even then, this is still too like vague. Is I was gonna go with reckless impulsivity and executive dysfunction.
Reckless impulsivity and executive dysfunction. Super speed?
There you go.
Hey! Alright.
I didn't think you were gonna get
Yeah,
that.
this game kind of works. Alright. Let me see if I can think of one. Yeah, it's kind of a riddle now that I think about it.
Riddle me this, Batman. My two weaknesses. You have super speed.
Damn it!
Fuck it. Well, no, I'm the Riddler, but trust me, my weakness. right on my sleeve.
Really just
It's
an
riddles.
ass whooping does the job. Riddle me this, Batman. Who can't afford an HMO?
All of my
Just
henchmen.
Please go easy.
The easiest kind of, the easiest kind of, hey, or the best way you could beat me is with therapy, not with fists.
It's probably true though.
Robert, well, he got reformed.
See? There's hope for everybody.
So did Two-Face, but that wasn't as interesting.
I think, you know, their therapist didn't realize that their trigger was Gotham City. So, like, they could have moved somewhere. I bet Two-Face would have been fine if he just didn't live in that town no more.
Did you ever
If he
hear
just never
about,
saw Batman on the news, you know?
Did you ever read that arc where like Two-Face goes straight?
No. I've heard about it, but I've never actually read it myself.
Yeah, they get him off the coin shit by giving it like they give him the coins and then later they give him like a dice.
Yeah,
Where it's
yeah,
like,
and then
here you
later,
go.
like, a deck of
Now
cards,
you have
like, he
more.
keeps, like...
Now you have more choices, and they keep
Yeah.
expanding it outwards so he doesn't need them anymore.
Yeah, yeah.
Kind of neat. I like all the background stuff where people actually get rehabilitated and Punchy McCrime Town,
Yeah, it's,
where they go to they go to the mental health facility that's just a big prison full of glass walls and straitjackets.
Somebody in the world explain to me why Bruce Wayne can't do anything about Arkham Asylum. Is there some leverage that the Arkham family has over him or something? Why can't he just buy that fucking place out and make it into a real mental... Isn't Bruce Wayne supposed to be like a quadruple septuple gorillionaire? He's like one of the richest characters in fiction. Why can't he buy one hospital and make it not an insane garbage house where he himself puts people so that they can get loose again? And like...
Well, for one, that means they wouldn't get loose again, and Batman wouldn't need to exist, so he's never going to do that.
There's the
And
plot
then
of
for
Mystery
two,
Men
I
right
mean-
there.
Basically, yeah. That's exactly what they're poking fun of. Batman doesn't want them to get better, because then he can't be a hero.
Yeah.
And then I think, also, like, if they don't put it up for sale, then you can't buy it, I guess.
Well, I guess if it's not a... Well, that's the thing. It has to be like a... what's it called? I guess it could be a private hospital, but like, if it's a private hospital and not like a part of the city's normal infrastructure, then Bruce Wayne could just have a hospital built that is better equipped for this, and then people would get sent there instead of Arkham because it would just be a superior facility. And if it is part of the government like process, then aren't there some levers he could pull to like, you know, spend some money, even just like make a donation, set up a foundation or something? Like, there's legal options you can do to pressure people, but you can just build a better fucking hospital.
I just want to know why people keep getting sent there who don't have any reason to go there. They have a prison.
Oh yeah, Blackgate, yeah. Well,
And
who's...
at no point, like they keep regularly like throwing Penguin in Arkham.
Well...
Why?
Because
He's
Penguin's
not
got a
crazy.
great lawyer.
He's just a dick.
Yeah. Well, he's definitely got like a delusion, but he's definitely manages it better than anyone else in his sort of orbit. Like if they were
Well,
a
let us
therapy group, the Penguin would be like on his way out the door.
He's not for good behavior.
He can drop this shit if he needs to. Like if he needed to get on a train, he could pretend like he wasn't the Penguin. The Riddler can't do that.
Okay, well, what's wrong in Killer Croc's head?
Good question. Don't know. He definitely
Now-
needs... Like, I have no idea. Does Killer Croc, like... It's like, you have to make, like a choice with him, right? Like, either he's a person who needs a lot of help because he's got part crocodile brain and he needs to, like... He's not going to integrate well in society... Or he's not a person, and you need to get him some kind of alligator training. And they're both real awful.
Well, he's like a person that there's nothing wrong with his brain. He just got treated like shit, and
I think okay, maybe not like born with something wrong with his brain, but like he's...
I mean, he was born wrong with something when he was a crocodile.
Yeah, which kind of sucks.
They wash right over that, by the way. They're like, yeah, he was born with a rare genetic disease. Like, who the fuck else has it?
Yeah, what do you mean define rare?
Rare as in like one of a kind?
Because that's, I mean, I guess that is rare if you want to put it that way, but you really are understating it.
Another Gothamite that has that?
Yeah. It
Ooh,
is
that
interesting.
was a scary
But yeah,
concept.
he was like a circus sideshow, right? That was like his thing.
Yeah.
I honest
like,
to God,
yeah.
like I think from what little I know of like circuses and carnivals and the way that life is, I think even if you weren't a crocodile person, adjusting from that life back into society probably needs some fucking therapy.
Probably, but
But
I
now
mean, like-
add in being literally a sideshow, like actually like living in a cage and shit, like that'll mess you up.
he seems pretty well adjusted.
Yeah, I guess
He,
so.
he constantly is like, I don't know, like teaming up with other dudes and like even like scheming his own plans. He
Yeah, you're
seems
right.
okay.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I don't.
Good
well,
lawyer, I guess.
I don't think he's like not compos mentis. I just think, I don't know. I think he could make a very easy living in society just being an alligator man. And like the fact that he doesn't do that tells me that he doesn't like know how to live in the world he lives in. Like he could just be on talk shows and be like, "Yeah, it's not funny. This is my actual like." You don't even really have to be charismatic for that. Like you could make a career out of that and pointedly be like, "Yeah, you shouldn't keep people in sideshows. I'm a human being." Like he could just do that, and he'd be very wealthy. He
Civil
wouldn't
rights
even.
leader.
Yeah,
Waylon Jones, civil
Wayland-
rights activist.
that's right. Waylon.
Nope, never mind.
Jones.
He picks banks up and eats his way through a vault.
Yeah.
His money's gonna make him happy.
So, yeah, but like, so if he knew that, like, either he doesn't know that's an option, or he actively, like, will not, because it's not like he's not trading in his condition for wealth anyway. He's just doing it by leaning into a stereotype instead of away from it. Like, if there were other alligator people out there, he'd still be a bad example.
You can just go hang out with Swamp Thing.
He
I'm sure
could.
they get along great.
Swamp Thing, dude, that would actually, fuck, I'd love to read that comic, actually. Like Swamp Thing,
Thing,
like
Killer
mentoring Killer Croc. That actually sounds great.
It's a good read waiting to happen.
Absolutely.
DC.
Because Swamp Thing,
let me-
he's
oh.
cold, but like he does kind of fill the role of wise old man. Like that is genuinely sort of where his lane is. That'd be actually really fun.
You could rehab Poison Ivy and Killer Croc in like one go.
I believe he is friends with Poison Ivy. I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
they are actually homies.
They're tight.
Yeah.
All right, here another villain that ends up in Arkham. Fuck's wrong with Scarecrow other than just kind of being an asshole? He's kind of just a dick.
Well,
Is he
okay.
scared of bats?
We got a
Sure.
tough. This is where we get kind of a tough split because Scarecrow is one of those characters that's like really had his backstory escalated over the years.
You're telling me there's a chunk of it where he's dead.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. So like I don't know. Like I feel like the sort of classic Scarecrow, yeah, is more of a like he's more using his fear gas as like a getaway device, like a smoke bomb. Like that's kind of what I'm picturing with like golden and silver age Scarecrow, you know. But yeah, I guess it depends on like the version of the kind of the
But, like,
version of the story.
There's no wires crossed up in his noggin. There's no reason for him to go to Arkham.
Well, there's versions. Again, it sort of depends. Like there's a couple of modern interpretations of Scarecrow, where he's like
Purple
his brain chemistry's super fucked up from messing with fear gas forever, so he doesn't feel things right. So he's still like. He's not incompetent, but he like has like deep emotional problems because he doesn't feel things correctly. So it makes him like kind of a sociopath because of that.
So the modern interpretation is he's the Joker.
A little.
That's like his main shtick, is that he's got like antisocial personality disorder and doesn't register like pain right, doesn't really
No,
like see people as people.
It's not that with Scarecrow. Like he's still kind of up to no good. In like he's not like out causing mayhem. He's still very directed and like he's still like accomplishing his weird psychologist schemes, I suppose. He's just not doing
It
it.
was up to no good. My first thought was like, for all those Gothamites shooting Bebop outside of the school.
Yeah, yeah. Scarecrow
He
starts
gives me
making
a
trouble in
bug
your
from
neighborhood. You get
Yeah,
one
it's
gas
a thug
attack.
before I sprint.
Batman gets scared. So no, it's like
With his-
I think the gist is that he is a psychiatrist and he's trying to do psychiatry, but he can't do it right. So his experiments are dumb and crazy and dangerous because he's not doing them correctly because he's basing them on his own insane worldview because he's messed up from fear gas stuff. In the Gotham TV show, they did an interesting version of it where his formula is like a hand-me-down. It's more of like a Bruce Banner situation where like his dad was working on it and like injected him with it. He was trying to like make him fearless or something like by like over fearing him or some crazy nonsense. Truly I can't remember the details of it, but at the time I remember thinking, all right, this is actually kind of interesting. I'm sort of into this. They got a good actor to play him. Yeah, it was fine. I don't mind. In fact, I honestly deeply prefer when you do a new version of a story to just come up with your own backstory. Like, just do your own thing and do whatever, and it'll work or it won't. But
kind of like Clayface from The Batman, who was like a fucked up cop that got clayed or like got gooped. There was a cartoon like a few years back called The Batman.
Oh, interesting.
And yeah, Clayface is I forget, he was like a decent cop for a while, but he gets kind of roguey
Okay.
at some point, and then he gets gooped. I don't
He
know
gets
how else to
gooped.
put it.
He gets Nickelodeon gacked. He gets
Get him with the gack.
slimed on TV.
I slimed him.
Whole gallon of Fracas foam, so you can get foamed at home. Yeah,
Kids Choice Award.
I actually don't know. See, that's the trick is because Batman is such an old lineage. I hesitate to talk like broadly because there's always like but actually before that but actually before that but like there's so many different versions of every fucking character. So there actually might be them leaning on an older, like I know the Clayface story from the Batman cartoon because that's what I grew up with. But they made up all kinds of shit for the Batman cartoon. That's one of the things that made it so cool. So like we may have grown up with like not the genuine article.
Oh yeah, no, the Diniverse.
Yeah.
The Timverse Clayface. That's
Timverse.
That's actually what the DC animated series is called. It's the Timverse because Bruce Timm.
Interesting.
But yeah, no, that's totally original. That is not comic Clayface at all.
Yeah, I had a feeling. So who knows? I like that idea of him being I like Clayface as a rogue personally. I like him
Original Clayface didn't even have powers. He's just a fucking guy in a mask.
Oh, that's great. I always thought it would be interesting a character like Clayface, but who just puts on the clay face and like literally he can just shape his face with the clay, but he doesn't get the rest of the shit. Would be a kind of interesting character. What's that?
Manny faces.
Manny faces. He is a man and has faces 3.
Many one would say.
Many one would say. Manny, hang on. People might not know the glory that is Manny faces.
Oh, people know Manny faces.
No way.
He's basically a Kardashian.
Absolutely.
Everyone knows him.
If you know anyone from stupid autocorrects, like you meant many faces. No one would make a character.
I goddamn didn't.
No one would make a character with that dumb of a name. Manny oh shit, even that doesn't fucking I don't know what the hell. I got mammoths. I think I got Manny Pacquiao in here. Faces.
It's
wait, why did I say faces? I need He-Man.
No, it's man hyphen E the letter hyphen faces.
Oh yeah, you're right actually. There we go.
Yeah, trust me.
There's our boy.
I remember how goofy his fucking shtick was. Yeah, he has 3. I love it. He has 3 faces.
Oh, he's the best. He's such a weird whatever. Because, like, remember, in canon, this guy looked like this before he got monstered. He already wore this outfit because he was an actor. That was his job. He dressed like this.
Like you
cool
do
art.
in regular run-of-the-mill acting troops.
Dude, Eternia's wild. You can wear anything. Is this him as Bane? No, it's just him. Oh, that's a sick design. That's great. I think that's how I would do it. I might make his face like have like a hologram of it or something. Oh, look, he even got the monster like down to the neck. Good on you. Who is this? So I can credit their coolness. Nathan Rosario on DeviantArt. Look at this guy. This guy's a beast.
Good on ya.
Look at this ape. All right.
Pretty dope.
This guy's cool.
Oh, and he's got like that's not like a revolvy face. That just is
He's just monster
something.
face, yeah.
He's up under there.
Wait, is this Beastman? It
No.
is! Whoa,
Beastman?
come on, where's my boy? Yeah! Merman! Alright, where's Trapjaw? Oh, Double Trouble? Yeah. Oh, Too Bad! Sorry, Too Bad. How did I forget that? That's such a great name.
God, I swear they name their characters like a G.I. Joe team.
100% they do. That is absolutely correct. Trapjaw! Ooh, that's a good Trapjaw design.
Let's see.
That's fucking sick.
I always forget about Merman.
I love I don't. I fucking love Merman.
There's Too Bad. Although that reminds me a lot of shit. What's his name? From Killer Instinct.
Fulgor?
I don't.
Hmm.
The two-headed ogre guy who's the last boss of Killer Instinct.
What the hell was his name?
I don't. I just said it.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Discord's got a little quiet on that one, so I just heard like, I just said it. So I was like, oh shit, I actually didn't hear the name. I'm sorry. What was it?
Idol.
Idol. Gotcha. Yeah, that is pretty cool. Fuck, dude, I love when people do like Masters of the Universe is like so primed to just redraw with any theme necessary. It's just the right amount of cool mixed with just the special kind of generic that like, and its origins are super cheesy, so there's nothing to like, there is no holy text. You can do whatever you want with it and it's all in good fun. There's no like hard plot to ruin. I don't know.
What a Rifts looking picture of Manny Faces this is. Something that doesn't look exactly out of a the Rifts core handbook as an OCC.
Let's see. Stream chat. Open chat.
Kevin some Betaverse.
Wait, where'd you post it? Oh, there it is.
I posted in the.
Oh, in the scheduling.
Wherever.
Perfect.
Yeah, right. Well, it's the last thing I had up.
Oh, yeah, this does look very, yeah, that's great, though. Oh, that is like some
Palladium games.
classic. Oh, that's beautiful. Look at it. Look, the proportions are wild, but I love it. Look at the way the boot, or what's it called? This foreshortening, hind shortening, whatever you call it.
It's not on the stream.
I will be. It'll show up.
There we go.
Yeah,
It'll
really
be
fucking
there.
cool. Look, you hear it not when I do, but the audience hears it at the same time.
Oh, okay.
This is how. Well, on Discord, I should be streaming my whole screen, so you'd be able to see it there.
Never. I'm part of the audience. I'm
Yeah.
with them.
Get what you get then. Yeah, that's great, dude. I love hard ink work like that. Ah, man, I wish I could do that. That's gorgeous. It's so clean. I can do like a facsimile of it, but it never feels like I can get that crispy like ink on white paper like feeling.
It depends on the pen you use. If you use like a ballpoint pen, you're not gonna get it.
Well, no, I can. Hang on. Let me rephrase. I mean, like, I wish I could do that digitally. Is what I meant to say. I can kind of approximate those heavy. I don't do a ton of ink work, but I'm competent with a pen. It's one of my favorite kind of side tools. Just when I want to do some art for fun, I have some nice like calligraphy pens and like some heavy markers and stuff. But that's just like extra crisp. That's like almost ink brush crisp, and I really appreciate that.
Crisply ink.
Ink. Ink.
Give me that ink.
Give me that.
What the
give me
fuck?
that.
Sorry, I'm stuck on fucking looking at Master of the Universe shit, and there's just a Manny Faces with Beastman's face. Which means he can do a third face, or he can do a fourth face. He can do other faces, he just doesn't. Lazy dick.
Lazy Manny face.
Lazy face is more like.
Poor Manny faces.
Maybe if you got off the couch and got a job.
He just wanted. He had a job. Now he's homeless.
It's a quick fix for Manny Faces.
You want to do some work on the road?
Or you could just be a jobless prick.
Be a job.
Join me, or be a jobless prick. All right, Skeletor. The ball's in your court now. I forget how he sounds. I just throw out the generic every dude from that era.
Yeah, he's got 3 voices. He has a legit robot voice, and I don't remember what his monster voice sounds like, but his regular voice, yeah, just kind of sounds like a dude.
It's for that era of cartoons. That's like the equivalent of like the transatlantic like accent they came up with for movies. It's everybody sounds the same, just like halt, old chum. It's so good to see you again. Very good. Put her there, you. It's like, can you guys all unclench for 5 minutes?
Just loosen the fuck up. It's got to be stressful to talk that PG.
Tenor, that is tensing your throat the same way you tense your body for trying not to crap your pants.
Fuck, this hand is killing me. Get out of here. Just get. You're dead
Just
to me,
go, hand.
You're
I
done.
won't have any more of your digitorial do battery.
I banish thee. I'm gonna go deal with the left hand. I'll be back for you.
The left hand just come back and it's a hook. What the hell happened to you, lefty? You shouldn't have left me alone.
You shouldn't have left me alone. Oh God, someone taught you how to pun. Oh, and then just cut to the fucking like Army of Darkness scene, just cutting his hand off with a chainsaw.
Just laughing like a maniac.
My arm went bad, so I cut it off.
My arm wasn't right. It's just what was left. Squeeze it. I remember those.
Squeeze it?
The little juice things. They were like, it was fruit drink. It was not real juice. They had little faces on the bottles. It was soft plastic. You just squeezed juice into your mouth.
Oh, they kind of. I'm picturing the Kool-Aid brand of them. I think that little plastic cowboy hat that you take off.
Yeah, that you twist and it never comes off smoothly. You always have to kind of like wing jangle the last bit.
And you can always taste a little bit of plastic from when they were left out in the sun.
And up in the top where the juice comes out, it would on the hat bit. There'd always be a little bit always in there, and you go, I don't want anything to do with you. You're weird for some reason.
You're the gross juice. Yeah, I remember that
juice.
very vividly. Yes. Oh man. Do you remember when you were a kid and you'd go to someone's house and they just like pass you like a Capri Sun or something like it was nothing, and you're like, oh, fucking juice? You just get to drink juice whenever?
What kind of wizardry is this?
Oh yeah, dude. That's the best. Hanging out with
I'm
rich
lucky
kids.
if I get water that is tap and not from the hose.
It's just like my parents were
Rated.
such like no soda people. Anytime I got to drink something extra sugar, it was always great.
I mostly got after school I would go to my grandparents' house, so I got like fat-free milk with malted Ovaltine in it. Yum.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say like I don't really know how I can't really picture that.
Well, for starters, Ovaltine's fine, and the malted version tastes wrong. If you just
Okay.
want some chocolate milk, it doesn't taste right. Have you had like Whoppers?
Yes.
Okay, that is milk.
Okay.
It doesn't sound bad, but when you wanted some chocolate milk, that's not what you got in your cup.
Okay. I understand. Yeah.
And then on top of that, you didn't get like 1%, 2%, whole milk, fat-free milk, which is just
Yeah.
white water.
It's just white. Yeah.
So white malted chocolate water.
Fuck.
That was my treat
Fat
to go with my
milk is
carob chips.
lovely.
Do you know what isn't chocolate?
Carob. Oh man.
Carob is evil chocolate. Carob is the chocolate that belongs in Arkham Asylum.
It deserves that shoddy treatment.
It deserves that basically a prison-styled hospital as aesthetic. Yes,
Ugh.
everything about that.
Hate this fucking picture. Everything's wrong. Well, oops. We're gonna do some damage.
Time to nuke it.
Yep.
starting from scratch, baby, starting from scratch.
Not going from scratch, but I am losing a lot. We are really What the fuck was I thinking when I did this originally? It's so hard when you make when you make a mistake that's like buried really deep in a picture. Sometimes you just build around this shit foundation and you don't realize until way late into the drawing that something really basic you did just a little wrong. You're like, crap. I have to delete all the way down to that and then build from there outward. I just gotta reformat the whole damn thing.
Yeah, I had a picture like that a while ago, but I don't do like a skeleton first. I just draw the top and what's most forward facing, and then we just work down from there.
Mm-hmm.
And what I did a drawing of, it was like for a D&D character or something, and then I realized that way too late in the drawing that, well, he can't hold a sword normally like this. I guess he's gonna be edgy and hold it ice pick stance.
Did you just not give yourself the space?
I didn't give myself the space, and I'd already done so much detail work that I'd have to ruin like 3 erasers and also the whole picture because I wasn't coming back from that.
Ah, gotcha.
So he just had to hold it like a dick.
And basic fist, thumb up. Are you, what's the fucking, shit, what's the name of the thing you do when you try to start a fire with a stick?
Oh,
What's their word for that?
I have no idea.
You know, you like, like,
Yeah,
you like twist the stick back and forth on a piece of wood trying to make fire.
I think it's fire starting. I
guess it's just fire starting. Yeah, that's probably the best word for it. I'll know that in the future. If I ever get a chance to make that joke again, I'll be prepared.
If I ever get the chance to start a fire, I'll know that I'm fire starting.
I'll know that I'm fire starting. Angry fire starter.
I hate my elementary school teacher. Says Val, hunched over a rock and 2 sticks. What's he doing? Harnessing the anger. He's angry.
That's it, kid. Use it. Come on.
You son of a bitch.
I have no idea how more schools aren't burnt down by children. It is no effort to get a hold of a lighter. And children just do not know the fucking consequences of their stupidity.
I thought you meant, like, by kids, and then, like, I didn't get my juice for, like, for story time, and he's, like, loading up a Molotov.
in a really stupid way, but kind of, yeah. I think in a roundabout way, that's a little what I'm saying. Like, you know how when you're a kid, you're like, just dumb things, you're like, I'd burn this place down if I could. And you just don't really know what that means. But if you had a lighter, you might actually try. Not with, like, the ill intent of an adult arsonist, like, understanding the consequences, but just as a kid who's like, I could start a fire, whatever.
I was in junior high, and I said something about to that effect, because I was having a shitty day, and I was, like, late for school, and somebody was giving me, somebody was giving me crap about, I don't even remember what. And I said something to the effect of, oh, I'm gonna burn this fucking school down. And apparently, they take a junior high kid's threat really seriously about fucking arson.
Really?
Because I got pulled into the fucking principal's office.
God damn.
I had to go over my home life and whether things were going okay.
Jesus.
I got suspended for 3 days.
Oh, well, actually, now it's a bit of a shortcut.
Yeah,
here.
I know. I say that all the time at work, and they never send me home with
They never say a fucking thing. So I gotta keep escalating, find meaner things to say till they send me home. It's so hard to get fired.
You're like, try it. We dare you. You're not going home early. You sit over there and you do a job.
I'm sure I've told this story on air before, but at my last job, one day when I was really fucking tired and somebody was just whining and complaining, I told them to kill themselves. We were in the break room, and they were just like, "Oh, I need more hours. They won't give me more hours. It's so stupid." And I was like, "Work harder. What do you want?" Like, it's not that there aren't hours. We actually have a bunch of shit that needs to get done. If you work hard, you'll get the hours. And they were like, "No, it's because the manager doesn't like me." I'm like, "No, it's because you didn't do your job that well. Like, do a better job. You will get more. I promise you. Every time. Most of the managers do not know your name. Just
Yeah, you are not important.
yeah,
enough
just
by
work hard and you'll
virtue
get
of
more
not
hours.
being
It's
here.
literally that easy. And there was like, it was like one more wine, and I was like, wow, you know what's good for that is suicide. And then I realized I said it. I normally was so safe at work. I would never say anything crazy. I keep it super vanilla, generic, absolutely like asexual Dilbert level comedy at work normally. Just on that particular day, I had just been dealing with stressful bullshit after stressful bullshit for like 3 fucking weeks. I had to stay up the whole night before at work and then come back first thing in the fucking morning for a different thing. So I was just a bundle of frayed nerves waiting for somebody to step in my way. But I realized immediately what I'd said and started to like make a joke out of it and play it off and like get real friendly. Like, okay, time to flip the script on this one because that will get me fired. And it would be no one's fault but my own.
And you'd be like, God damn it, I can't believe I got fired for this. The same guy's like, you know what's good for that?
So,
Suicide.
that'd be a good burn, actually.
You're like, oh, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, I
I'm
wouldn't
the
even be
first
mad.
guy
I
on
might
the
high
dog,
five
you
him. Dude,
funny
isn't that
guy.
Have you ever had somebody at your job say something where you're like, "Whoa, you should not have said that. You may get fired."
The guy that relieved me today doesn't understand the volume of his voice he talks at.
Uh-huh.
And he'll just be talking about, he was like, fuck, man. He just came in. He's like, I did something really messed up last night. I got really drunk and I went out and I fucking bedded away. He's like, what was it? He's like, I went whaling. I'm like,
Oh.
yeah, I know what that means.
Oh my
And,
god.
I'm sure a lot of
Jesus
people know what that means, and maybe shut the fuck up.
How can you get that sentence out of your mouth without just cringing yourself into a black hole and disappearing into another dimension?
I have no idea, but he was just talking at the loudest fucking volume, and I'm like, dude, you are
What an
at
asshole.
work.
What?
And I'm like,
But also,
whatever, man. But also, like,
you guys aren't friends for him to like want to have that conversation. Like, is that just?
me and him are kind of friends.
Oh, really? You guys? Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, like, but at the same time, like, fucking woof, man. You're right at the front of the door. Like, kids are coming in here.
Yeah.
They don't get it, but the parents do.
Well, I guess that too. I was just saying, like, it's like a fucking weird thing to just say, regardless of company. I don't think there's like a setting where you're like, hey, I went whaling last night, and I don't go, whoa, man, what are we talking about right now? What is this weird conversation?
That's the other dude I work with who I'm not friends with, who's just like, yeah, man, I spend too much time between my 2 jobs. I need to go out there and start playing the field again. It's time for me to get laid. I'm like, hey, you're not gonna. Not if you're jumping at it with that kind of fucking gusto.
Gee, Rose. I don't care what gusto you jump at. I just don't talk to me about it. I don't want to hear anyone else in my normal day talk to me about their sex life. It's like it's not at all a crazy ask. It seems so reasonable to just like, I don't want to hear who you dick down. Or I just like, I don't know. I don't know. It seems so regular, but people keep doing it.
I think it would be an ideal day if I knew nothing about who you've been porking.
I don't want to for a second picture you having sex with someone. Just keep that shit to yourself. Good
I did
for
have a
you.
coworker that made a joke that has stuck with me for so long.
Huh.
She was just like, we were on a break, we were sitting outside the office I was working at the time. She's like, every time I see a couple with a kid, I can't not just realize that they fucked to make that. I'm like, damn it. Thanks.
I think
way to ruin.
I think that is a message of hope, if nothing
There you
else.
go. Just
There
like,
is.
You know, oh god, can you imagine with no context, just going over there to the two of them and be like, if you guys can do it,
anyone can do it. You make me
That's just-
believe.
The two of you kept my head out of the oven tonight.
Hey, if that's what gets you there, if that's what keeps your head out of the oven, maybe take a second glance at the oven because it's really not. Sorry.
No, as it turns out, I just need to clean my oven.
It's filthy in there. you're gonna get in there for any reason, I mean, hey, it's a whole genre right there. You want to get stuck in an oven? That's your business.
Piscians there.
I ain't tell nobody how to get stuck in ovens. I had a roast. It's disgusting. I should have cleaned right after. Oh, I should have run the heat cycle. I already got soap in here.
Stupid Reckendorf. The old wizard up in his tower. Always clean the pots after you cook. You're going to get sleepy if you eat first.
I knew I should have learned cleaning magic. Why did I learn all this shadow weaving?
Fireball bullshit. Now I'm just cleaning up burnt garbage.
That would be, dude, choromancy, like the Mickey powers. That's a pretty great. If you had to be a wizard, you could do a lot worse.
You'd make bank.
Yeah, actually, that's kind of true, huh? You could run a housekeeping service. That'd be actually kind of fucked up.
What? To use magic to run a housekeeping service?
A little bit, yeah.
Why? What's wrong with it?
Because no one could outwork you. You're literally the machine in the John Henry story, except you win uncontested.
Yeah, but they could also just clean their own fucking house.
Yeah, fair enough. But
they could just look at you and go, "I don't want to pay you money to do this thing I could do on my own."
But that's the thing. But no. See, but those aren't the people who are out of a job. It's housekeepers. Like, rich people are getting their house cleaned no matter what. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you're actually just a housekeeper, like, you get fucked. I think the way to do it is, if I could do that and it worked, I would buy out a local housekeeping company and then just pay those people to just walk to the house and make sure all my cleaning goes well. I would just pay them the same amount.
Oh, to just be basically security?
Yeah. That'd basically be it. No one's out of a job. Everybody makes money. All good.
That feels like if like choromancy is a thing, that feels like you wouldn't be the first one to think of it, though.
That's true. You're right.
Like, that's gotta be an industry, right?
Yeah, if it's common enough. Yeah, that's
and also,
if
you're the only one that can do it, that's a monopoly. Someone's gonna come break your fucking legs.
That's kind of true too. Again, you gotta be making friends in the process for sure. There's
a union that's gonna bury you.
There is a union that's gonna. They can try. Looks like we got some garbage that needs taken out, boys. Time to clean these streets up.
They're going full Sorcerer's Apprentice.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess I think that is what I was imagining, is like you can learn one type of. If you could, like, you get the one, but I guess I did immediately apply it to the real world. Yeah, because if I was the Choromancer and it was just me. Yeah, like, I would run this town, chore-wise, as far as getting menial tasks done. But I suppose that there'd be a bunch of other wizards doing different other... Man, wizards are just bad for the economy. That's my takeaway from this.
Very much so. The entirety of Harry Potter does not make sense if you think about it for, like, 2 minutes.
Well, yeah. I think that's the least of Harry Potter's problems these days.
Well, no, think about for 5 minutes, the guy who sells owls.
Uh-huh.
To deliver letters.
Yeah.
Apparating exists.
You don't want people...
Why would you ever need to send a letter in that world? You can teleport.
You can also talk through fireplaces, too. Yeah, you have, like, a live chat.
Too.
Great
they
question.
also just have letters that, like, send themselves and talk.
Oh, yeah, you're right, and yell at people. I bet it's kind of just for fun. Or no, actually, what I think it is... Hang on, I might have a legit answer for this. I believe it is because owls, like, a lot of kids have owls, or, like, a family has an owl and they send it with their kid, because they can't apparate or use the, like, Flu network legally normally. So maybe it's, like, baby's first cell phone is an owl. And then once you're able to... And then I guess maybe it's also just your snail mail, right? Like, you could call somebody, but it's also nice to send them a letter.
Imagine if just one of them had a phone.
Yeah.
Like, Is there a reason nobody has a phone?
There is. You're not going to like it,
I mean,
though.
no, I forget. It's because they're, like, too stupid to understand how human shit works.
It's not just that they're dumb. It's they're... No, it actually... stupid is the only way to describe it, because one of the... Not main characters, but a common reoccurring character is someone whose only job it is to understand Muggle technology. And
Ron's dad.
Yeah, and he's deeply passionate about it and shown to be, like, an intelligent guy in general. So, like, a regular person can learn how a telephone works in, like, a month. Like that would be like why, like it shouldn't take longer than that for you to have a decent understanding of a very old and not super, like, you know, it's a very important technology, but like we are so far past it that our understanding of it is excellent. There's lots of text on the subject. Like, you have to assume he just never learned what a library is, and he's been trying to reverse engineer it. Yeah,
Well,
it's
then that would mean that anybody who like bridges the gap, like, well, because like Harry Potter knows what a fucking phone is.
yep.
He just does.
So does Hermione.
Hermione comes from a family that isn't magic. She knows what a phone is.
100%.
They could just make they could just teach that.
So there's you're right. Yeah, no, you're completely correct, and there's no getting around that. No matter what any Harry Potter fan tells you, there is an in-universe excuse, but it is a bad excuse because it's constantly contradicted.
Hit me with it.
It is established that magic and technology don't mix well, and in places that are really magical, like really basic technology doesn't work, but it's just not true. Like, we just see that that's not how it is all the time, constantly. It is an established fact that is contradicted consistently by the text.
Okay, so yeah, we're right back to there's no good. So
no good reason.
Existence of, like, two characters immediately like modernizes the entirety of the wizarding world.
Yep. That would be that's all it would take. Yeah.
Yeah, that is difficult to deal with.
They are very remember, wizards are so unmodern they still have slaves. Don't forget that.
That is true, and then on top of that, they don't teach math.
They teach insane spell math, but they don't teach math. Where do you learn
teach
math?
Spell math? I don't remember them ever teaching spell math.
Yeah,
math ever came up once.
It's like, what is the name of it? Shit. It's called out by name in one of the books. Hermione takes it. But it's like the fundamentals of like spell elements. Wisely, it's never elaborated on because God knows Rowling is not the person. Rowling's not the person, and Harry Potter is not the book for a deep description of how spells go together. Arithromancy, that's what it's called. Yeah, I know.
That's frustrating.
Mathemagician.
Because that's math.
They should have just called him a mathemagician. It's right there. It's right there. It's so easy.
Is that why goblins run the banks? It's because they're the only ones that know how to fucking count?
Yeah, probably. That's a strong factor.
No, there's another reason I don't want to even get into.
Yeah, they're also rich as shit, and probably a rough allegory for Jewish people.
Well, that's what I didn't want to get into, but yeah, Rowling was not.
You know, it's a funny thing. I don't. Okay, I have never looked up her actual belief on that subject, and I'm probably not gonna because I don't care. But I think strictly from the text, the goblins are pretty hard to hate. I think it might depend on how much you fuck around with fantasy. There's certain things that are like, when people do fantasy stories that are allegorical to the real world, that's not really for hardcore fantasy people, generally, in my experience. Because we're gonna see, oh, this is an interesting take on goblins, not, oh, what do these goblins represent in the Muggle? It's kind of like, you've seen Bright, right?
Yeah.
I had an interesting experience with that movie. I watched it with somebody who did not like it. They were just like, that movie was terrible. And I was like, what? It was super cool. It was Will Smith and an orc, blah, blah, blah. And this person was like, yeah, but it's like, it's so ham-fisted. Like, it's not even trying to be subtle about the racial themes that it's about. And I sat there for a second and I was like, oh shit. That's actually if you're not like into orcs, then that is what this is just a ham-fisted movie about like a complicated relationship between race and police officers. Like, it's actually a very day-to-day political thing and not super elegant in that way. But if you're coming at it from a fantasy,
they also really hate X-Men. Like that's also not that subtle that that's another allegory. It's a race thing.
Fair enough, but like, I think the difference is, if you're primed with a lot of like fantasy interest, you're going to look at it as a take on fantasy rather than a take on real life. Do you know what I mean? Like, yes. I don't know. You ever see something and you're like, whoa, those goblins are fucking like, this world has the coolest goblins.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're not like, are these goblins supposed to be like British? Are they supposed to represent that in this story? Or like, do they represent imperialism? Or maybe the reverse, they're supposed to be like savage indigenous? But like, you don't really break it down on that level. You're just enjoying that it is an interesting iteration on a creature that is cool.
Oh, okay.
That's kind of the point I'm making. Maybe not elegantly, but that's kind of what I'm fumbling at.
So if you don't pay a huge attention to it, then it's fine. Like it's like he could have just not.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I thought it was a worthwhile take on it because it explains to me why that movie didn't like just do that well. Like it just wasn't like a super big film that made a bunch of money. Like it's pretty niche, despite having one of the biggest actors, period, in it. In a starring role. Now, I mean, it wasn't Will Smith like at the top of his game, but like he still did a good job. But like who talks about Bright? If you haven't seen it, for the audience, Bright is was it like Amazon or Netflix or something movie about Will Smith, and it's a buddy cop movie between Will Smith and an orc, and it is I believe it is a Shadowrun like fanfic that got made into a script.
Is it?
I believe so. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
That checks out.
Yeah, Shadowrun's a super cool setting to set a movie, and I think that's really rad. For all that we love cyberpunk films so much, there's not very many of them, and even fewer good ones.
It doesn't get touched on. That's like finding a fantasy movie that's not Tolkien based.
Yeah, it's not common.
Doesn't come up much.
They're usually weird as shit. People want to go work so hard to not be Tolkien that they become this contrarian version of Tolkien where it's all that shit, but we just like reverse the norms, and that's good, and just good hard day's work right there. Clocking out.
The elves are savages and evil. I'm like, so all right.
Yep, that's what all of us
elves,
thought of when we were teenagers, so everybody remembers.
I was like, okay, but you still used elves.
Yeah, you still use that, but specifically defying them still counts as like. It's like why asexuality is a sexuality. You're specific being outside of that norm. It's still exactly relative to the norm that you're outside of. It's the same kind of thing. So you're still highlighting the thing you're trying to separate yourself from, but you're almost magnifying it by making such a big point out of it. You're
if my socks have not been blown across the room.
Yeah. Your thing only works if I've seen the thing you're trying not to reference. That's the way to put it.
My dark, edgy take on Barney the dinosaur.
Absolutely.
The
hard
Barney
stuff.
Yeah, I know. But this is the Barney that creeps into kids' nightmares and Elm Streets them into. It's Barney, but.
Man, is there any good Barney like creepypasta propaganda? Is there like some?
No, I don't.
Is there like a Barney deep lore that anyone's like put the time into?
There's a. No, well, there's a Tom Scott video about it. It's pretty good. He analyzes the movie.
Oh, interesting.
Talks about how Barney is like a demigod.
Whomst is Tom Scott?
Oh, I'll just link it to you.
All right.
That is an interesting question on YouTube. He's pretty YouTubey.
Okay, fair enough.
Who is this Pee Wee Dee? No. You mean PewDiePie? No.
Pee Wee Dee Wee. No, I meant Pee Wee Dee Wee.
That's one of Donald Duck's nephews.
He's not in so many of the comics. He wasn't as popular.
Cutie Duty.
QB Doobie.
There, I'll put it in the actual.
Doobie Doo. Pewdie Hoo.
I'll put it in the actual stream chat so you can enjoy that later.
Oh, thank you. There's this guy. There's so many guys that do video things that look like this guy. He just like he's just got that face. It's or maybe that is maybe conversely that is a face that is trustworthy enough that people will promote their videos if they do a good job. Maybe there's something about him that says like trustworthy nerd. But yeah,
that is the YouTube face.
The YouTube face, yeah. Whatever the hell you.
As you say, that is true. You do YouTube and don't have a beard. What's that like?
Bizarre. I'll tell you what it's like. There's one guy who I vaguely kind of a little bit look like, not really, that people openly go, "Oh God, you look like that guy," and I go, "Okay, thanks, man." We're just both thin white guys. There's nothing about us that is actually similar.
There's no compliment that ever starts with "Oh God."
You know what's weird? That's been like a thing in my life. I think because I have such a I'm just like a now hiring poster. Like I'm like a cross section of white people of just like inoffensive, middle of the road. You wouldn't look twice at you.
Poster boy, you're pointing to somebody, smiling and telling them to carpool so you can defeat Hitler.
I look like someone who an old person would trust on sight. Like I'm in that's the mold I live in, which is pretty useful.
That is true. You could hold up a frame and be confused for a Norman Rockwell painting.
Yeah. So that's fuck. I said so much I lost my point. What the hell were we talking about?
We were talking about how you are a YouTuber with no beard.
Oh, yes. So it's really common for people to go, "Oh shit, you look like this guy or that guy or that guy," and it's always just like a middle of the road white guy who doesn't really look like me. I don't know if you remember when we worked together at the call center. That was when American Horror Story was on TV, and there was a character in it that was also a skinny white guy who looked, again, vaguely not real. Like, we both have thin faces, and people were like, "Oh shit, you look like that guy! You look like the guy from The Thing!" And enough people told me that I know, I don't remember now, but I knew who the character was, because enough people told me I looked like them.
The one that always crosses my mind is the comparison you always fucking hate, which is, you look like Boondock Saints era Willem Dafoe. And you're like, thanks.
Yeah, thanks. He looks like he was made by a cobbler. But sure. No, I don't mind it because we do have the same like weird mouth. I talk with this big wide flapping gums mouth, and it's kind of the same thing he does. So I can actually see Willem Dafoe a little bit. But I'll take it. You could do a lot worse. It is like a big thing to say to somebody. Like if you pick someone really like, "Wow, you look like Rodney Dangerfield." Like, really? Do you want to have said that to me right now? Because that's kind of a little bit harsh.
If anybody ever says you got the Dafoe look too, be like, "Oh, we both do have giant dicks." Apparently, he is well known in Hollywood for having a fucking hog on him.
Yeah, I remember
I don't know why.
The rumor that though I believe the term was unfilmable.
Yeah, I cannot fit this in my frame. Either that, or if we put this in, we're getting an NC-17 rating.
Who was there's a fuck? I can't remember who it is. There's a director who's like famous. This is a bizarre sentence, but this is just it's what's happening. There's this director who shit I cannot. Maybe he's an actor. I think he's a director who is kind of well known for getting drunk and showing people his dick. That has a crazy tattoo of like an eagle on it. I remember hearing Patrick Warburton talk about it, so it just stuck in my brain.
That is the weirdest. That is not where I thought this was going.
I know, right? I believe the order of operations is he did it and he joked with people about it and people didn't believe him. So he's like, "Here's my fucking big eagle dick." And then people told each other about it. So people kept going like, "You don't really have a eagle on your dick." And he'd be like, "You want to fucking, I'll show you if you want proof. I'm not talking shit." And then and that's the loop you get caught in. I believe that's an accurate telling of the story. I roast as necessary.
Unfortunate, but I mean, Gus Van Sant's doing pretty good. Just throw a name out there.
Just like an arbitrary. Yeah. Something. I haven't seen Ed Helms in a while, so who wonder where that guy was?
Yeah. Oh, you said Ed Helms. I thought of Ed Wood.
Definitely. I haven't seen him in a very long time.
I'll give you my Plan 9 from outer space.
That's like one of my favorite. If you could get anybody to come in and like direct X movie, who would you get? Ed Wood. It'd be surprising.
Every fucking time. And you know what? It'll be Ernest.
That would be amazing.
At no point will that be like bad on it won't be bad on purpose. It will be bad because what the fuck even is this movie?
The world needs more of that.
But it'll be fun.
I would love more Ed Wood in the world right now.
We just live in a time where that's like not profitable.
You know what?
You can't like be that anymore unless you're purely independent.
Well, you can't be that on a theater scale, but you can be that on a just you scale, you know? I love that. I want
it
to
on a YouTube scale, I guess.
Sure, but you can make a decent career at it. Like if you're doing something creative and interesting, like even if you make something that's kind of mid, if you do it if you do something really unique, like people will pay attention, even if just to go, what the fuck's going on here? Like you can always make a career if you have like an earnest creativity and like something legitimate that's like worth making. And to me, that's like I know it's sort of a mixed thing, but when I think of Ed Wood, I think, well, fuck it, I got the idea, let's do it. I don't care.
Yeah.
What do you mean we can't afford it? Just draw it on a piece of paper. What's the problem?
I got a roller skate in the garage. We'll use that as
It's a
the
movie.
robot.
It's not real. Put whatever up there.
It can look like anything,
For a while,
especially with a low budget.
during quarantine, I was doing a lot of script writing just to do it because I had the time. Because I always want to, but I never can. And I was writing a show that I was thinking about putting together if quarantine lasted long enough. And I didn't build it, I just designed it. I was going to make a little cardboard spaceship that was like just big enough for me, like a little fort, and then cut one side of it out so that I could have a camera on the side. And I built a little thing with 2 rollerblades so that I could do kind of a steady cam pull so I could crawl through it. I didn't build the thing itself. I just tested the like setup for it with like a string and a pulley. And I wanted to do a little 1-person show just in this cardboard ship that would just be me, like I think derelict in space probably. I did it as like a writing challenge, but like I almost put it together if I had the time because it's just cardboard and marker. Like I could fucking do it. Who knows what it would look like? But I honestly, when I think back, like I should have done that. That would be a really fun thing to have made.
That does sound like it would have been a lot of fun. That is lockdown. That is COVID lockdown incarnate right there.
Oh, yeah.
I wrote a one-man show.
Yep.
That is because I could. What am I gonna do? Get cast members? No.
It's just me. Let's do it. Absolutely. I
Just me
did.
and the voices.
I was programming a
They're camera
video
shy.
game during lockdown. I was doing what I was living. I'm like, I know it wasn't great for everybody. I maybe feel a little guilty, but oh man, it was a fun time for me.
My job went remote during lockdown, so I was just at work still.
I am very sorry.
It didn't feel like it. It felt like nothing. And for a while, we just were still in the office, and they're like, "Yeah, it's fine. We can do this legally." Like, okay, whatever. And then we were like, "All right, we're going home."
Did you like working from home?
Cool.
Other than hang on, let me bracket this actually. Other than the annoyance of like the setup and like having to put space aside and like rig things up for it, but like the actual day-to-day of it, like did you like the working from home?
No, I hate working from home personally.
Interesting. What was the
I hate working at home for a thing where I would rather be doing something else. Because when I'm working at home and I have a quota, I found I'm very quick to go, well, we could knock off for lunch and I'm going to go take a nap or something. And
yeah, distractions.
I would well, not even that. It's just I finished my quota. I don't have to do more.
Oh, so why would you? Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I'm not going to get a bonus for doing more work. There's going to be exactly as much tomorrow. So I'm just going to go lay down.
It's an interesting
Or-
point.
There was...
Well, I think, honest to God, like, if that's the case, if it's literally that, right? If you're expected to do, I don't know, 100 majiggers in a day, and you do 100 majiggers, why shouldn't you clock out and get a full day's pay? As long as all of that work is provably done correctly, why shouldn't you be able to just fucking clock out and be like, yeah, I'm twice as good of an employee as someone else. I work half the day. We got the same amount of work done because we get paid the same. I don't think there's
That
anything
is-
unreasonable about that.
That's the general gist. That's what a lot of people wanted to do.
Yeah.
But the company would always be like, well, you could do more work, so do more work. The only problem was I would fall asleep or something, or I'd take a nap, and I'd get an email, and I don't respond to it,
Yeah.
and that starts looking weird.
And they're on to you. Just like
But
that.
It's funny, and that's the same environment that my channel started in, where I was recording after I hit my quota, and I would just I would like jiggle a mouse off to the side so it looked like I was working.
Pretty slick. Pretty sneaky, sis.
That was the grind. I would record 2 episodes a day, post one up, put in the one for the next day, and the next day I'd record 2 more. You get about a month ahead, and that was the first month of doing the show.
God damn. Hey, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, and then I'm gonna talk about that some more.
Cool. Believe it or not, Val isn't on stream. He's in the bathroom for a bit. Maybe he's gone to take a whiz. Maybe a shit. Believe it or not, he's not here. You can go back and listen to that. Lord knows nobody else is. Not right now. I am by myself. Hi, cat. You don't have any other choice. You have to sit here and listen to me rant. Mike. Oh. Yep. Sending that over.
It's really fucking hot, hot, hot. It's really, really, really fucking hot. So sweaty.
Somebody didn't take the time to wash his hands. Somebody came right back to the stream.
Calling me out? Calling
No,
out my
but
clean hands?
That's 2 songs you get now.
Winner.
You'll have to go back and hear the other one.
I'm not gonna.
Good. Not that great.
I'll tell you the same thing I tell everybody. If you record shit while I'm gone, I usually don't listen to it. As soon as I go, I'm going to the bathroom or whatever it is when I'm going back on recordings, I go, all right, skip, 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 skip.
But you'll have to find the skip point. What if you go too far?
Yep. Then I'll stumble upon it. Just know that you're playing on a minefield. Anything you say can and will be lost to the mists of time.
Oh no. I'll just plead the 57th. It wasn't funny anyway.
Yeah, I remember back when I was working full time and I was still trying to get just my fucking art together. Just work an 8-hour day and then come home and draw and just try to like have the fire and like not have in mind that you're about to go the fuck back to work the next day. But even when we started recording, hang on.
Which era? Like Sonic 3D Blast, Grinch era? Around in there?
Yeah, Red Dead Revolver era. Like back in the early days, yeah, that was like both of us coming home from work and like, all right, time to be funny. And weirdly, it worked really good.
Well, I always think it's really easy to be funny as a duo. I've son of a bitch doing solo that's got its fucking hurdles. Let me tell you. I knew it was going to though.
I like doing solo work, but I don't think like one of the when you duo up with somebody, right? You're bolstering strengths and covering weaknesses. So when you look at what my weaknesses are comedically, it's that I go way off course from the joke I'm trying to make in order to make it. So it's useful to have someone kind of throwing anchors down so that I can sort of have posts that I can get back to. So
reeling that fish in.
So if I don't have that, then I just end up with like the comedy of an insane person. I did Doom by myself. I did VR Doom, and honestly, I come off a little narcissistic, but I really did love a lot of the jokes I came up with in there. But they're just bonkers because it's in the void. Like, I got myself in the headspace. I was just talk. I'm just gonna talk because I'm in a VR headset, so it's a little easier to sell myself something, right? So I was like, talk like you are in a room full of people that are just very polite. And they're not making noise because they're listening and they want you to tell your jokes and whatever. Like, just talk like that. So I was talking to just this non-audience and building up jokes and like trying on these improv stand-up routines. Because again, I'm not getting any feedback, so I'm just feeding myself a premise and then trying to chew on it until I make a joke. And by the end of it, it's just one of those playthroughs where like the jokes I'm making are absolutely like it's just out of this world in terms of relatability. I have this like really long, what is it? What the fuck was it? Things that rhyme with, or words that start with A or something like that, or words that end in B. I like said that, and I was like, words that end in B, a book by such and such. And then I went on for like 20 minutes, and I was talking about like the spin-off media and like I was like talking about like an anime adaptation, and I was just so into the fucking like ether because there's no one to bring me back to reality with that joke. So it just, in my experience, the solo stuff, they just get really deranged.
The words that end in B, the blurbs on the back, superb. Rates Rob.
Yeah, anyway, yeah, it is a whole different animal though, I'll agree with that, but it was kind of fun though. I did enjoy it.
For me, it strikes me as doing stand-up in a room where I am promised before I hit the stage, I'm going to bomb. That is just a fact. And then you just keep going. There's no fear in the eyes. You just keep going. Yeah. And nobody's laughing.
You just lock eyes with the devil and go in for the kill.
So it's really funny when I see like, so it's ironic to mention this on a stream, but when we do like the game things, we're not streaming.
Yeah.
It's just VOD. So it's really funny whenever I see like a post because streaming is just the way to do this. I one of two things. One, I really like the episodic format, and two, I just haven't streamed. So it's really funny when I hear people go like, I did a stream, zero viewers. There was no chat. It was really awkward. I'm like, boy, let me fucking tell you, you're dancing on my floor tonight. That is every show.
That is good.
Like, I don't know how to tell you. You're playing a game that the old hands, the old guard played on the regular.
That is something that's kind of wild, like that difference. When I did System Shock, I streamed that. I just wanted to. I don't know why. I just got a wild hair up my ass, and I was like, I've never done it. Let's just stream. And and I did have a couple people in chat the whole time, and it was wild, like how much fun that energy was. Even though it was just like literally 2 or 3 people, but just having somebody there to like interact with was really enjoyable. And it just like, even it's so weird. Like I've never. I don't know. I can't think of a recent time I've experienced this outside of like school or whatever. But like, there is like a wild energy when you're in front of a crowd. It's this like fumbly, crazy energy. Like anything can go right or wrong. And if you just write it effectively, it becomes like your stage presence. It's like really effective. But it can be super hard to do by yourself for one, or even just when you're recording stuff. Like, you get psyched up a little bit for it because it's gonna go up. You don't want to like do anything particularly bad, but like you don't get that same crazy like stage energy. And that was really interesting to me, of like even just a couple of people I didn't know, and I was like amped, like it was like really crazy. And I'm sure that's, I know that's super small potatoes, like nothing, but it is, it's something I've never done before, so it was a totally new feeling. It was cool. Maybe it made me want to do more streaming. Like that stream going really well, like just gassed me up to try again.
It zhuzhed up your clownery.
Zhuzhed up my clownery, yes. Bring my clown levels to new heights.
The clown
Maximum
did not
clown.
go down. The clown is going skyward.
The clown is going skyward. It will achieve its next form, which is necessary for this arc because he's going to get a special power that the bad guy, you need the special thing. The bad guy can mind control people. This guy gets a power that lets you punch two people in the soul so you can free people from the... It's a whole thing. Anyway, it's going to be a great arc. Coming to manga
Clown
shelves near
stonks are
you.
going up through the roof.
Yeah, clown
We had a
stonks.
great week in the market. The highest week for clownery.
Just on all fronts, clown is up.
Uncrashable.
Uncrashable. God himself could not sink this clown.
Hear me, God?
We call it the steel bubble. Unbreakable.
The aluminum zeppelin.
The aluminum zeppelin. The loose
What was
goose.
the? I've heard so many like goofy spin-off names for the Millennium Falcon at this point. I still like the aluminum mallard.
The aluminum mallard. What was the...
The 1,000-year albatross.
Ooh, that's a good one, actually. I love that if you ever did a fantasy like Star Wars What If, you call it the 1,000-year albatross. That's really fucking cool.
There you go. It's in stone now.
I love it. I love it. The 1,000-year albatross. That's such a sick name. I love the word albatross. This is like one of my favorite words. And they're
if
a
I
super
remember
cool
correctly,
animal.
as far as I thought, like as far as being an actual animal, it was right up there with a snipe. It was like somewhat not even real.
No, snipes are... I believe snipes are a real bird. They're just in like Australia or something.
Oh,
They're just like the joke is that you can't catch. I can't remember, but it may be completely apocryphal because it's one of those things that there's a lot of dumb folklore around. So I don't know that I got that from a credible source, but I believe
right up with the drop bees.
I believe that it was a type of bird that was like real squirrely that people would try to shoot as like a challenge, and if you could hit them, that meant you were like a good marksman because you had to like lead your shot. But then it became like an old man joke, like an old man soldier joke of like, oh, you get a snipe, that kind of thing.
I always thought that's where the word sniper came from.
Yeah, that too. But yeah, sniper from that bird. But that bird is a bird that runs around and is kind of like, yeah. So that's I believe those to be a shared origin is that word and. But that might just be somebody told me that and I didn't fact check them. So.
Well, I thought that I'm almost positive I looked up the etymology for sniper as in like a marksman at a distance, and it like doesn't mean that. It's a weird word. You look it up, it has no concrete meaning.
Oh, interesting. Oh, you're right, because it is just like a slang term that became like official, or not. It's not even really official. It's just a slang term that's like really everywhere, right?
Yeah, it's something like that. It vaguely means like a crack shot, but it doesn't even. You don't even have to be using a rifle.
Yeah.
Like I've heard people say snipers for like machine gun fire.
Yeah, and
like,
it's interesting too because I feel like that means it has returned to its origin in our day and age because people do like, yeah, you fucking rocket sniper. Like we use that word to describe anything being used accurately in like common culture. So if that is its intention, then that means it's found its way home.
True, because yeah, like if you, what's even funny, like if you quickly and accurately hit somebody in a bidding war, you sniped them.
Yeah, and
it's just interesting to be like, because if you think about like a sniper rifle, that's not a thing.
yeah.
Outside of like,
it's called like a marksman rifle, right?
That's
Or
like a
something that.
gamer terminology. I came to realize like there are marksman rifles and there are like precision rifles, but it's kind of childish to say a sniper rifle and expect like a gun nut to really like understand what you're talking about.
Well, I
like,
imagine
yes
they get
and
the
no.
gist. It's probably a big bugaboo. Like I'm sure people who are really into guns, that is very frustrating for them. But it's kind of like how this isn't as common these days, I think, but how we used to kind of call everything that shoots a rocket a bazooka.
A bazooka, yeah.
But now rocket launcher is actually a little bit more like in vogue, and I'm gonna thank like shooting games for that, like Quake and the like. Probably really popularized rocket launcher.
I'm gonna hand that one entirely to Metal Slug because they had the when you picked up the weapons, they had the little dude going rocket launcher,
Rocket launcher.
heavy machine. It's the only one that had that weird voice too.
Heavy
the other
machine
was like,
gun.
heavy machine gun, shotgun, flamethrower, rocket launcher. It's like easy, Fritz. What the fuck?
That's
What are
great.
you doing in here? But it's weird. The word that crosses my mind that I remember as a kid was booster.
Oh yeah.
For like, and looking back on it, that's just such a goofy fucking word.
Yeah, I don't.
I can't
like
even
it.
say it normally. I always have to go like
Booster.
booster.
It makes you feel dumb.
It really,
so
it does.
so I've been contending with this recently. I think it's kind of interesting. I think I had something of an epiphany, and I realized like why historically I've been so finicky about. And it's funny because I've talked about this before. I just never made the connection between these two elements. When I was learning to talk when I was a kid, I wasn't allowed to use baby talk. That was just something my grandma wouldn't put up with. If I said something in like baby talk, she would be like, "That's not how you say that," and I'd have to repeat it until I said it right. And I think that just instilled in me some kind of like natural, very like bricked in distaste for words like boost or like a lot of slang terms or like things that are real like slippery words that I don't. There's a lot of words where I just like, yeah, it's too many soft consonants. I don't like that.
Too squirrely.
Too squirrely, yeah, I don't like it. Rubbery words. So there's a lot of words that I react that way to. But I honestly think that is the reason why. That's like the earliest reinforcement I ever got on language. And so as a result of that, I've been trying to make an effort to just use random slang terms here and there, or like just try not to actively resist them getting into my vocabulary, because I now know that it's literally coming from a childish place. I'm trying to like sort
in a
of
way
break
to
that
just
habit.
stick it to grandma. I've been trying to say a bunch of goofy, wang jangled bullshit. Eat it, grandma.
Eat it, grandma. Exactly.
Teach your grand to suck eggs.
See, that's
As
the like,
kids say.
but even in that like it'd be way more comfortable for me to be like, yeah, that's some goofy wang dangle right there. I'd love to mess around with that, than to just be like based. See, one of those felt cringy, didn't it? It's because I was.
I'm trying to think of how to put it. Like do you know that like to this day I'm still not 1,000% sure what based even means. I genuinely don't know.
I can kind of parlance it for you if you're curious.
Yeah, go ahead. Turn it into words for me.
It's kind of like the common usage of it I hear is kind of like that was mean but it was true. Like if somebody just like throws a sick burn, like based is appropriate. Like, oh, that was like, maybe you shouldn't have said that, but you're definitely right. Or people just use it to say that something is like fucking correct or cool. Yeah, it's but there's definitely like a handing of a victory involved in calling something that you like, because if you're like, oh, it's like, instead of saying that's cool, you being like that was cool is more appropriate for based. I think if I remember right, it comes from it's something people used to describe like heroin addicts, like when they were just like all fucked up and hunched over, and somebody just reclaimed it as
comes back to heroin.
somebody just I don't know exactly the person. You can look it up. There's a specific guy who was like the point of origin. He started using it to mean just like hanging out in a fuck the world who cares kind of way, like I don't give a shit about this, like, but a cool guy kind of. And that basically like just being like methed out of a situation, I guess. There's this, I don't know like exactly all the points in the constellation, but I think the connection makes a certain amount of sense.
So
anybody who just heard that will
then,
never say it again. I'm here to slay your memes. I'm an agent of Know Your Meme, and I'm here to ruin your shit.
I've got a license to educate.
Yep.
Buckle up, we're doing a slideshow. That almost sounds, in the way I took that, it almost seems like so correct that you'd be like dumb to think otherwise.
A little bit. There is definitely something of that in there. Yeah, like so correct you'd be dumb to think otherwise, and like good on you for saying it.
But see, now in my mind, I would so much rather, instead of based, like meta would check out even more.
Well,
Like
that's interesting.
that's so right that you're fucking dumb for not thinking them.
Yeah. Oh,
It's
that
like,
is-
pick any fucking online game. If you build outside the meta, you might as well uninstall the fucking game. But that would be a funny response. That now in my mind, if somebody like puts up such a bad take on something, just be like, uninstall the game, bro.
well,
Just uninstall.
yeah, just uninstall.
I'll see that on Twitter more.
I'm
Just
sure
uninstall the
that's
app.
used often enough to tell people to kill themselves that it's reportable.
Uninstall. Oh,
Uninstall.
uninstall thyself. Knave. Verily.
Knave verily. See, that knave
Knave-
verily was easier than based, wasn't it?
Yeah, anytime.
Yeah, see, this is
I can't say it. I'm too old. I can't update my software. It doesn't cope with my firmware.
I
I
my
went with the robot theme. I did it.
yeah, great job actually. That's
Woo!
pretty good.
I played the game. Beep.
Everybody play the game. Beep
Beep.
of beep.
Boop.
Yeah, I
Shit.
don't know. When I think about that, my only like actual worry when I'm like, oh shit, I think back to like older dudes when I was young saying young kids stuff and sounding like real fucking dummies.
How do
So
you
I'm
do,
like,
fellow kids.
there's a part of me that's like a little afraid of that, but when I think about it, I'm like, if that's funny for people, that's cool. Actually, no, that doesn't bother me. I'm already I'm up here being a clown anyway. You can laugh at me. That doesn't hurt my feelings.
I don't think I'm gonna be able to change my vernacular. I really don't. I've tried. I've tried to be like, to quote Dylan Moore, and I've tried to get down with the homies.
Well, I haven't
Or
like
home with the Downies.
I haven't like sought to like add anything in particular, but I definitely will just let myself say stuff if like I definitely had like a filter before where I'm like, nah, I don't want to say that. Like I don't that gets past the gate now. If I want to say something that's like silly slang, I just let it happen. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. I'm not actively seeking to like get into all the new terms. What with the kids do know.
What to stay in the relevance as they do.
Yeah, but if it rolls past me, it rolls past me.
Welcome back to old men shake their canes on top of a soapbox. What's wrong
One
with
in the
this
one in the
generation
negative and one in the
ear eyes?
affirmative, but they both sound old.
One in the negative, one in the affirmative, but they're both mad about it.
They're both mad about it. Yeah, we disagree, but we both agree about the problem, but we disagree on how to solve it.
Politics.
Politics. Something.
So what?
Figure
Once
out
again, like happens,
something.
I've come on 3 times now, and I've
Yeah.
gone for about an hour. But before even asking, what are you doing? What are you?
What
working
am I working on here? So this is
Yeah.
so recently what I have been doing is I'm keeping like one like freebie on the work block. When I sit down to work for the day, I open up just the whatever different pieces I want to work on, and I'll just sort of go between them as my mood takes me. Just that gets me the best work results I find. Not trying to like drill down one image, but just drifting. Like if I start to hit a dead end, fuck it, I'll just go work on something else and clear my head on it. So this is I'm very wide. I'm trying to go very wide in the like random pictures that I pick up. I'm just picking these up from like Reddit request forms. It's a nice small pond that I can go to and sort of put work around and not have to worry about some big fucking art whale coming in and flexing on me.
So what I'm gonna want is I'm gonna want my OC to be with this established character, and they're gonna be doing this pose, and then I want a text box here that's gonna be like, oh, someone other character Chan, I fucking hate you because now I'm with Studley McKnife Wang, or whatever the character, and I'm just, you're like,
Nah.
like, just,
Nope. You remember that scene from Bob's Burgers where like Tina's describing her birthday party? It's like, I want it to be a boys and girls. No. It's gonna be a fog machine. Mm-mm. And a live DJ. No, that's not happening.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, I wanted all those things. You like typing all of it out. So like, all right, is that everything? Okay, great. You print it and then put it right into a shredder. Like, no, I'm not doing it.
No, I'm not doing any of that. No. It's not that, because like I'm picking the picture, so no one can make me do anything. It's like what's the word? I'm trying to find the nice way to say this. It's a more amateur pool of artists. It's less seasoned people working there, and so it's a place where I can still kind of stand out a little bit, as in art as I am in everything ever in my life, all of my endeavors. I'm at the top of casual, but at the bottom of competitive. So it's like a good soft spot for me to, yeah. It just forever gold. And anyway, so I'm doing that, and I'm trying to pick pictures that I otherwise would not draw. And so this was like a really anime design, and I just picked it just because it was way outside my wheelhouse. But it was really hard to draw. It's not a complicated character, pose, or picture. I just really, really have a hard time drawing anime shit. My brain, it does not compute. And it's very difficult to get my hand to do it, because it's just not, all of my instincts are like, this isn't what a face looks like. These aren't what arms look like. Like, it takes a lot of focus to do it, and I just could not get the frame of it together. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm sure they'll appreciate it if I just do a human face, and it's not going to be that big a deal. But I really, really tried. So this is like my 4th time sitting down with this fucking picture, which is way more than I should have done for something that I am not getting paid for. It's just hard-headed, like never say die at this point. Like, I'm just not gonna let this image beat me.
At this point, yeah, you're just like, I will not go quietly into that.
Exactly. Yeah. I already had to move the goalposts, and that is enough of a failure for me. Like, I'm not taking the full L on the whole ass image. There's still some fun lighting to be had here. There's still some design ideas. Like, there's still a lot to chew on. I can enjoy this.
As your hands won't do it, I pictured a fucking Doctor Strangelove thing where you're like, one hand's trying to strangle you for drawing anime.
Oh yeah, it's
down contemporary hand.
I'm starting to think. So I used to have this discussion, and it has led me down an interesting road just to kind of think about. I as you well know, the audience wouldn't, but I do not like a whole lot of exaggerated it's certain visual elements in general. I don't like a ton of exaggeration. I don't mind if things are like weird and surreal, but in particular, like the sort of cartoonish exaggeration you get in like a lot of anime and stuff. The big one for me that really takes me out of stuff is when people have like oversized weapons. My brain just goes, it's made of Nerf. Like, I cannot on any level suspend my disbelief that like an oversized weapon is appropriately heavy or dangerous. It just does the complete reverse effect, and I just imagine a bunch of people fighting with sock 'em boppers. But I think I realize that is the same problem of like why I can't draw anime well, is that's just not how my imagination constructs things. So when I see it, it's the same thing with like a lot of anime, like faces and designs. There's anime that's well animated that doesn't fall into this, but like when you have like low budget anime, my brain doesn't like it. People don't talk the way humans talk, and people don't look the way humans look, and it makes it really hard for me to get my head into what's going on, because I'm trying to like go from the ground up. I'm like, okay, people here talk all in screaming. Is all of society like that, or is it just these people? Is the whole world just a scream world? Maybe it is. How does anything function? Okay, here's that, like, every crazy element that gets introduced, I have to like try to fit it into how the world works, and often to no like result. And it really pisses people off when I watch anime with them for that reason, because I'm like outwardly trying to like figure this out, and it just sounds like I'm talking insane shit.
That's so weird too, because I know your favorite anime, and it looks like a fucking, like it looks like a fucking fever dream. It looks like it looks like the cartoony Scott Pilgrim shit, where I'm like, this does not look people.
Yeah, absolutely. And
it does a bunch of the elements I know you fucking hate in it. I know it's like
It does.
the
It has some.
dialogue in it is
It has some
banana
losers
fucking
for sure.
Sandwich.
We're
It's-
talking.
it's-
We're talking about
Somebody's
Gurren
got some
Lagann.
shark teeth in there. I know they do.
A
and I know
little.
you fucking hate shark teeth.
I
on
absolutely
people.
hate shark teeth. If you're working on a story right now and it includes an anime shark teeth joke, just hit the drawing board, figure it out, spend some time with it. You can do better. It does have some dialogue that's kind of dumb, but here's the difference with something like Gurren Lagann. Gurren Lagann takes place outwardly and openly in a different culture on another planet. So everything can just be weird. There is no backbone information I'm supposed to take from the real world other than like gravity. And even that's like not super a given. So
Yeah, season 2, that gets a little up in the air.
yeah, so the whole thing just does not operate on the logic of our universe. So I can just coast with that. That's not a problem. It's fine. But if you're like a high school anime, okay, now I need to know all the ways this differs from the world that I'm from. And what do I take for granted and what do I not? Because we're in a world very close to my own. I think, so that's where I get thrown. And that's why I think I'm much more forgiving for Gurren Lagann is also extremely surreal. And I adore surrealist work, and not a lot of anime really messes around with it in a big way. So it has a really special place in my heart for that reason.
Okay, that's fair enough.
But yeah, the wackiness is the surreal wackiness makes it all right. That's why I like a lot of really bizarre like Adult Swim comedy. Like doesn't bother me because Adult Swim stories take place in a nightmare dimension. Just like straight out of like a horrifying got too high and saw ghosts fever dream. So like everything can be really bizarre and you don't have to really think twice about it. You can just take it at face value.
Everything's got lanterns hanging on it for days.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So that's it can be easier to separate certain things. So which is the real reason that's a bummer is because I actually really like slice of life stories. I find them really fascinating. But anime has a really hard time writing and producing and making them not suck. So it's like one of the bigger genres, and it's like country music in America. There's a lot of it, and even if you really like it, so much of it's terrible. So it's tough. It's tough in that way. Finding a good slice of life is not an easy thing because I don't want to hear like a hyperbolic story. I'd like to actually watch a real story in a different culture than mine. I'm super into that.
Oh, Daily Lives of High School Boys.
I like Daily Lives of High School Boys.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm on board. Yeah, that's a good one.
That's what I go to for a slice of life goofy comedy. Because it just does not, like in the ways that it does deviate from just normalcy is just in like still grounded wackiness where everybody's a fucking idiot. That's about as far as it goes outside of being real.
Yeah.
It's just some of these kids are too stupid to be in high school.
It's a bit
That's about as
exaggerated
far
in
as it
that
goes,
way.
yeah.
Yeah, dumb kids. I don't know, actually. That's a hard line to draw. We went to high school with a lot of people who were too dumb to live. I think that's just a normal high school thing. You just know people who are just so, like, inactive in their own... I don't know. I imagine they just hear circus music when they're walking around, like...
Oh, I'm just thinking of one bit where one character gets their wallet stolen, and they're gonna go chase after them on a bike, and they realize one of the 3 guys in the group can't ride a bike. So instead of chasing after the guy who took their wallet, they very slowly and cumbersomely teach him how to ride a bike.
That's a good joke.
And by the end of it, they're just celebrating, like, I feel like we were supposed to be doing something right now.
That's a good gag.
It's pretty good. This is a good show.
Good show. Pretty good show.
Or book, I don't know. Take it in however you want to take it in.
I'm going to say show. Don't
Yeah, I
read the
didn't
book.
read it.
Don't listen to these jabronis. The show's always better.
Oh, you're going the anti-Cromartie route?
Absolutely, yep. Show's
Never
always
read.
better. Don't even
Don't
bother
read.
with it. In fact, if there's a live action, you don't even need to watch the anime. You should just do that. In fact, if there's a summary of the live action on someone's YouTube channel, you can just circumvent the whole system. Actually, if there's a reaction video to that, that's where you should start.
Too far.
That would actually be a really enjoyable way to watch something short. Just start as far away as possible.
find the analytical video essay on it first. That's twice as long as the actual source material.
No, I want a reaction to that video first. Then the analytical video.
A reaction to the source material or the reaction to the analytical
To the
video
analytical
essay?
video. I want to start from
so
the
the-
highest level of criticism and work my way down to the actual primary source.
So the starting point is the borrowed opinion
Yes.
off of another opinion.
The borrowed opinion that exists to challenge another opinion for clout. It's
All
like
right. I can see this.
the
I can see this
worst
being-
possible combination of traits.
So basically, no actual content.
It would be just to do it. It would be just to people watch, basically.
By the end of it, you're just sitting there like, I didn't think Moby Dick's that good.
I didn't even want to read this. Oh, I do think Moby Dick's really good, actually.
Oh, too late. You did it in the wrong order then.
I do, yeah. I definitely wouldn't do it for Moby Dick. I would do it over something I'm for sure not gonna care about.
Oh, you're not gonna challenge yourself?
No, I don't want to.
You're gonna roll the dice.
I don't want to
maybe ruin
potentially
something
spoil
great?
something good. You know. Like it could happen. I'm just minimizing risk. You know.
Just playing the odds.
Exactly. It's probably safer. If I just pick like a gut bucket anime OVA from like, I don't know, 2016, the odds that it was something that was really gonna move me slim to none. Could be though. If it did, but I do believe that if it would do that, if it would have that effect on me, it still will, upon my digging down to it.
You know what that reminds me of off the top of my head is when we were watching Princess Mononoke and we just got bored at some point and started overdubbing it while watching it.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
I don't remember much of it. The only part of it I remember is still just a deer getting shot in the ass and going, I'm gonna fucking right in the ass! Falling down a cliff. Yeah, I think that's all I remember of that.
Yeah, I don't remember the
Son of a
specific
bee.
jokes either.
Eating food, reminding me that I'm hungry.
Do something about it.
I literally can't. I have to go to the store if I want to do something about it. I've already missed out on going to that really convenient pet shop by my work where I should have gone before I went home.
To pick up some food.
At that point, I'm picking up cat food.
Okay. Just
Not
checking.
for me to eat.
Okay, all right. We're just throwing it out there for the cat that you have. Question mark.
I have two.
Okay, for the two cats that for the audience.
You've been to my... Oh, well, I was going to say, you've been to my house.
I have, yes. Your cats are very
You've also
mouthy.
seen me eat cat food.
Yep, that will. I wasn't gonna throw that out unless you said it.
Fuck it.
I wouldn't dangle you like that. I wouldn't sell you out like that.
You would. Don't even kid yourself. You don't need to joke yourself.
Yeah. No, I've seen your cats. This I can confirm. The cats are real, ladies and gentlemen. One cat, two cat. Those are the cats. There are two cats. Mouthy little fuckers too. You gotta start putting them in line. Yeah, they gotta know that you're the alpha. I don't know how you do that with a cat, but figure it out. Little shits. No respect.
The answer to that is let them be mouthy little shits.
This fucking
And
cat
then when it's time to
generation.
feed them, you just stare at them and go, I'm sorry, I thought you had a plan. What's going on, smart guy?
Now, this is my dinner. What are you up to? You got plans?
I'm making a steak.
Yeah,
What's
you
going on over there, Whiskas?
Yeah.
Ooh, what's that? Can't open the tin. Well, somebody got into line real fast. Oh, I bet I'm your best fucking friend now.
Should have made some different evolutionary choices in the Pliocene era. Stupid!
Somebody around here's got 2 thumbs and dinner. And then they shit on my couch.
And
then
then the shit on the
ultimately-
couch.
Then I
Damn.
lose anyway.
Either way, you lose.
That's the lesson here.
You're a
You ain't
loser.
winning
Give
nothing.
up.
You're a loser. Eat cat food.
Today on Why Did You Try? The fuck were you thinking? Like, for real, what did you how was that gonna end in your mind? What was the point of this? You got out of bed and you made all those choices in a row. To what end? Why did you do this? Why are these facts? You
I'll
should
tell
be
you to what
ashamed of
end.
yourself.
Shit on your couch. That's where you ended up.
Today on Why Did You Do This?
A 4-part documentary series on
100%
did.
being mean to you. It's beginning to end with no context.
today on Why Did You Do This?
Today-
Episode 7.
Paid for by the Council
Being
for
two.
Depression. Be sad.
That time you knocked the Cheez-Its off the counter from your baby stroller. Why'd you do this?
Why'd you do that?
Because they were yours? You're 2.
Nothing's yours.
Fuck you know.
You have no property. Well, you thought
Okay,
you weren't
right.
going to be hungry later? No, you didn't think, did you? Because you're a fucking baby. Eh,
Stupid 2-year-old baby.
god damn.
Join us tomorrow when we go into that time you walked near the pool and fell down. It was slippery. Fucking idiot.
Who is the host of this show?
I don't know.
Is it another kid? Or is it
Oh,
or
no,
is
it's
it
a
an
grown
adult man?
adult. It is a grown adult.
Full
man.
grown adult. Is it Maddox?
It's. I was gonna say it's starting to veer into like Mark Wahlberg territory of like, the fuck were you doing playing with the iron? Stupid bastard kid.
Bastard. Stupid Wahlberg.
Were you playing out in the yard where we got bees? You wanna get stung by bees?
When did Mark
Dumb
Mark
mush-
Wahlberg become like a big actor? That is it me or did that just like sneak up on us?
So I want to say The Departed, but I could be wrong.
That was a good
That
movie.
had to be before. It had to be before then because he got into The Departed.
Yeah, because like that was the movie where I was like, oh shit, Mark Wahlberg's actually an actor. All right. Because look, it's like he was in like The
Spinning
Happening.
The keys on me.
Look, you saw
Oh,
The
The Happening
Happening.
came afterward.
Like you, come on, like you can't blame me. He's so bad
No,
in it.
you're right. It's not.
It's
Not
not.
ideal.
It's not a good movie, and he's really bad in it. And like I just said, I do think he's a good actor. He's so bad in it.
Do you know what kills me about that movie? That had the potential to be good.
I'm listening.
Like The Happening.
Was your
If it.
okay? Let's talk about that. What was
Okay,
what,
when I saw
what's
the-
changeable that would like get it into that would like tune it up?
Okay, the villains are plants.
Okay.
Change that.
Would you
I
have
didn't
like a
care.
character
care what
villain
they
or
are.
like
No, I think I would still go with something like existential, but I wouldn't have it be plants.
okay? I'm listening.
You know what? If you took that in like a weird Lovecraftian, like the universe found a way to do it, that would be interesting.
Okay.
But if it's plants, plants.
I didn't have a problem specifically with that it was plants. It was just that like that conclusion and everything that led them to it was just felt like really gobbledygook. Like it just
Yeah, like they discovered it in a strategy guide. We're like, oh shit, it's the plants.
yeah, it's given
And I'm like, nobody around here was like, you're fucking nuts. No, it's not.
yeah, it's a dead serious movie, but its explanation is delivered like evolution. Remember Evolution?
I do. I love that movie.
Yeah, it's that movie explained its insane bug villains better, like
Dead
with more
seriously.
gravity.
Oh yeah, like if that movie had no jokes in it.
Yeah, it would
That
would have
would- that
worked
would've been The
better than
Happening.
it would have worked better than The Happening. Yeah, but like you could have just not tried to break it down with like that's for me that is one of the biggest slumps in the film is like as soon as they start chasing the why of it, I'm like, oh, okay, this is just like gonna be all the disaster movies that I've ever seen. Like, and
That's what I meant by having it be something cosmic. If you never explained what was happening,
yeah.
way better movie.
Did you like on that premise? We'll come back to The Happening because I still think this is interesting. But like a movie that is sort of in that vein, where it is this, it is medical, but yeah, we don't really get into it in it. I Am Legend, I feel like might be closer to a good guideline for this, where it's really focused on the human drama rather than the fact that people kill self.
I don't know if I like I Am Legend or not.
Oh, interesting. Do you like any of the other movies? Because I think the Will Smith one is the third like iteration of it.
I haven't seen the other ones. The concept is interesting. It's fine. It's I think I start to veer away from it when he does find other people.
The movie definitely loses its teeth for a while in that
'Cause
chunk of it. It didn't. Yeah.
You kind of just shit on the whole premise.
For me, it's honestly, if you took the movie up until right before that point, if you took it right up to, I don't want to spoil it.
How old is the movie?
I know, but it's such a good scene that even if the movie's bad, it is Will Smith at the top of his game, like acting his heart out.
I think I know the bit you're talking about.
Yeah. But that happens right before he goes out driving and then he finds the people. If it ended there, if that was actually the end of the movie, it would have been a really good like short story. It wouldn't be a good like feature movie, but it would be like a film festival movie, like an art film. But it would have been magnificent. Like we would talk about it in reverence if it got to that point, and that was how that was like where the story cut.
Yeah. I don't, because I want to like I do want to like weigh in on that, but my thoughts.
Do you really just like did you just straight up like not enjoy it?
No, it's.
That's interesting. Well, hang on.
It's good. I'm not gonna say I didn't enjoy it. I don't know why. It's not a movie I would ever want to like just sit down and watch again. I feel like I watched it and I got everything I was gonna get out of it.
Okay.
But
Rolling.
I was gonna say like the bit like where you wanted it to end. I feel like we would talk about that in the same list that we talk about the fucking Fog, where we're like, oh shit, they had the balls to go out like that.
Yeah. You can do a lot worse.
I do like the Fog.
Yeah. That ending is great.
That ending is not. That ending is a movie creation.
But
that is not how the book ends.
To roll back to The Happening.
To the thing we're talking about, yeah.
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 I didn't want to lose The Happening. I knew I was gonna thread on a thread. So, what would you keep Wahlberg, or would you change the actors out? Would you change the tone of the movie at all? Because I feel like it's in this weird, like, kind of Final Destination place where it's really serious, but it really wants the spectacle.
See, but I love Final Destination.
Well, fair enough, but
that's like my favorite horror series.
Well, that's all right. So you would kind of keep to that tone.
I would keep. The only thing I would change again is just don't explain it.
Okay.
Don't.
So
the one thing you can do to ruin horror is rationalize it.
Well, sure, but like, so what is?
Because as soon as you find out that it's plants, you go, okay, well then how do we defeat the plants, or how do we get away from plant act? It's like, no, then just shut up.
Well,
don't even with that.
I hear you, but so the purpose that the plants serve, like in the story, is that it gives the story like an objective and a moral. So, like, if it's not plants, which is okay that you get that out of the way, but like, what is like the core, like, what is the story about? Because The Happening is like an environmentalist story about like there's too many humans, so plants or whatever kill everybody because like people overpopulation. It's just that's the heart of the story. So, like, what is your version? Like, what am I meant to take away from the film? What does this film deem as a bad thing deserving of dying to The Happening?
Okay.
How do you earn it?
If I change, let me change nothing then, okay?
Okay, I'm listening.
Let me just change the aspect that if they're gonna figure out that it's plants, do that in the last 3 minutes.
Oh. Okay.
Do not tip that hand at any point in which it's going to affect what people do.
Okay, so you want to M. Night Shyamalan it.
It is M. Night Shyamalan.
I know, but like...
No, what I want to do is
you want to Shyamalan. You want to twist the twist.
I don't want to, like, I don't want the people to have recourse.
Okay.
I don't want them to be able to think their way out of it, because...
So what's the moment-to-moment of the movie about? Is it just people bumbling from suicide to suicide for 2 hours? Like, what's the...
Yeah, give me a horror movie.
Okay, fair enough.
That's like, again, you don't defang a horror movie any faster than when you explain it.
See,
That-
now I'm a little bit I'm a little bit in the opposite camp. I much prefer a horror whatever your bugaboo is to I don't need a technical explanation, but I like them to have rules and bylaws. Like there should be like a reason why they kill you and a way that you can not be killed by them. Like yeah, like if a character's thing is that they just kill everyone they see all the time, like I don't want to watch your movie. Go away. But like there should be like a something that they're trying to enforce and a way that you can avoid being killed by them, so as to give the character some sort of grounding and like a real
All right,
life lesson.
I'll meet you right in the middle.
I'm here. I'm listening.
Tremors.
Yep.
Tremors is fantastic.
Fuck
It
yeah.
has
Tremors is a
rules.
great movie.
The first one. After that, they go a little spare.
I'll take me
But
some Tremors too. I got
Take me
I
some
got
Tremors
time.
4.
I
still like
actually
4
also I got time for Tremors the series.
I didn't watch that.
It's all right. It's all right.
So in that entire series, it has rules that you have to play by. Here's what the Tremors, not the Tremors, sorry. Here's what the Graboids
Graboids,
do. I was about to fall into that fucking. I bought you a Nintendo, and everything's a Nintendo, isn't it, Grandma? But it's a fucking Tiger Electronics game.
No one's coming after you for you. You're fine. I don't. If somebody
Hardcore Tremors fans.
if somebody comes in to correct that, I will ban them. It's too petty to be allowed.
They deserve to be here. Okay, but Graboids have rules.
Yeah.
You know how to avoid them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, be on rocks, be on a building, be
Yeah.
off the ground.
You know how? Yeah, you know what pisses
But they
them
still
off.
have a little, jankery where they got grabbers.
Yep.
So that, but they for a very long time, they in the first movie at least, zero explanation as to why they're there.
Yeah, yeah. So
They do not go into that. They just go, they're here. Deal with it.
So
And I think it's all the better because they don't focus in on why Graboids exist.
yeah, on the aspect of it that doesn't matter. Yeah. No, I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. But and Tremors at the heart of it is about a small community facing like
Coming together and
yeah,
face
yeah.
diversity.
So like
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
kind of what the heart of that film's. And actually, Tremors has a really low body count too.
yeah, not huge. Well,
But it's a great movie. I don't think that's a mark against it. The fact that it is
Actually,
remembered as
it's-
being that great, but still only getting like we lose like maybe one named character.
Chang. We lose Chang.
Yeah, we do lose Chang. Wait, do we lose Chang?
Chang. Okay, Chang is kind of a know-nothing. He's kind of a nobody character. But Chang is the one that starts Chang's Market. And
Yeah.
Chang's Market is in every single Tremors, or up to 4.
Yeah. Well, anyway, but yeah. So my point is, Tremors is a great movie, but so to fit it into that mold, you would need like the setting to be the thing about the movie is like people are killing themselves, and how do we main characters like contend with that? Like it has to be about them contending with the action if it's not about them seeking what the problem is. So that's a cool idea. I'm really into like a more Tremors version of we use a lot more Tremors in the world. That's a type of film that just goes for it and has a lot of fun with its premise.
Have you seen the last one?
What are we on? 8 now? 9?
7, I think.
Oh, 7? Yeah, no,
I want to say
have not.
7. It's either 7 or 8.
I've only gotten up to 4.
Um,
And I watched a bit of the series.
I'm stop where you stopped.
Yeah, I didn't get the sense that I needed to see more. I've watched some breakdowns of the movies after that.
Oh, okay. So you already know that they started really leaning heavily into Jamie Kennedy for a while there.
Yeah, which is odd.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's a choice.
That's a choice. Yeah,
Yeah.
we went the same route. That's a choice.
It's a choice.
And then I'll just say if they make a new one, unless they do some serious retconning, I don't have a reason to watch it.
Yep.
We both know what I'm getting at,
Yep.
which is weird to be like, we don't want to spoil Tremors 7.
Well, like, even putting that aside, there's no, like, what version of a Tremors 8 is gonna be for me?
That is true. It's
If they wanted to do like a reboot and like do something kind of fun with that, like okay. If there were people who genuinely were like, oh, it would actually be really fun to write and direct this movie, who want to make a reboot of Tremors, I could get in on that. You could modernize it a little bit. I won't be mad. Like you can adjust some of the things that are, like you can sort of tone it for the age, but you just have to make sure you keep the movie about middle-aged to old people. That's my one gripe when a remake comes along and everyone's young and beautiful, and it makes me angry. But yeah.
Oh no! If they're gonna make a new Tremors movie, I am gonna dig my heels in the ground and I'm gonna say you get Michael fucking Gross in that movie. As I don't even care. He's not even have to play the same character. I don't even care.
Yeah.
But you put him in that movie.
Oh! You get his character, Michael Gross's character, Bert.
Bert Gummer?
So you get Bert. This day and age is played by Nick Offerman.
Okay,
And his wife. Oh my God, we got a
still-
movie. Holy shit.
Then Michael Gross has to be the skeptical mayor.
Okay, I'm into that.
Because he's going to be the Jaws town mayor of Amityville Island, who's like, no, they're good for tourism or whatever the fuck.
Who plays our main characters? Who plays Val and...
Well, that's interesting because Val's so unimportant to the story, he didn't even come back for the sequels.
Yeah, but like, if we're doing a reboot, we won't pick Kevin Bacon this time, so that we'll get someone we can actually get back.
Are we actually rebooting the first movie?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's what I was saying. Like, my first casting pick, Nick Offerman and his wife, who I will look up the name of. I can't remember. She's extremely funny. I love her. They are a super funny comedy duo.
I don't want to. If I was going to do this, I really don't want to redo the first movie. I think it works perfectly as it is.
Megan Mullally is her name. I just wanted to give her a shout out there. Wait, would you just like remake the second one? Like, how would that work?
Nope. I would do something different.
You just wouldn't remake Tremors.
No, it can still be Tremors. Okay, it can still be that. It can still be them finding them for the first time, but you gotta I don't know. You gotta like reset it somewhere else. You gotta tweak it a bit.
Okay, where would you put it?
Put it in a bigger town. Put it in like a big town, but still with small town energy.
Okay.
Kind of like a
little bit like a Hallmark town.
Yeah, something like that. Oh man, if you set it in like the 50s.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
You made it in like small town Rockwell, America kind of thing.
Oh, that would be interesting. You got a movie. Hang on. Yeah, we got.
And then Nick Offerman's character is gonna be the guy is like the tinkery guy who's almost gonna be. He's got like Fallouty looking shit. Who's been like home making weaponry.
So you get an interesting opportunity there because essentially, yeah, Tremors is kind of about small time values and like people sticking together in like people who outwardly kind of don't like each other that much, like coming together in a crisis. There is so much room to play with that in like 50s like Norman Rockwell America. Like you will never run out of fire. You almost have to restrain yourself or you're gonna make something overtly political whether you like it or not. But there's a lot of really interesting stuff to explore there. That'd be a cool ass movie. Damn.
I was about to go off the deep end, but I also don't want the budget for this thing to go through the roof.
Yeah.
I was gonna be like animated. 2D.
Wait, but
old school.
So is Nick is Bert in this version our main character, or do we have a different lead still?
Well, Bert is the main character throughout most of the series, but if we're doing the reboot, then
if we're rebooting it, it can be anybody. It doesn't.
Well, if we're still doing the initial, then Bert's still. I wouldn't call Bert the main character.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, so, when I threw out Val and what's his name, we sort of switched gears. So, who do we have in lieu of those characters since we're not doing like a flat redo of the original?
You can still have their analog, but I just didn't want them to be like the same story.
Okay,
who plays them? Place? Who plays them?
Yeah, what's that?
It's hard to pick because they don't.
So who?
Because it could be anybody.
It really could.
Like it's just pick a face. You know what I mean?
Can I so I'd like to burn some of our budget and
I
maybe
swear to God, if you're gonna like 21 Jump Street and just say it's gonna be fucking like Channing Tatum and goddamn what's his name,
Jonah Hill.
Jonah Hill,
You
I'm
will
not gonna say
you will
won't say
never hear
no.
me vote to put Jonah Hill in a movie for any reason under any circumstances, unless that movie is 20 minutes of people throwing garbage at Jonah Hill. I'm not a fan.
You could easily play the two leads of Tremors though.
This is a weird one, but actually he might be a little too old. I was almost gonna say Luke Wilson, but I actually think he's maybe not in the right like age group to be our young lead. I like him a lot. He's got a good, his comic timing is nice, but he's sort of subtle. Like he can play kind of a quiet character. I think that would be he's got a good range. You know, can I buy a Hemsworth? Can I get a Chris Hemsworth?
I tell you what, you can buy a Hemsworth, but what if I said you can't have Chris?
Do I have to take Liam Hemsworth?
You might have to take Liam.
I'll just save my money for next week.
Tell you what, if you could convince Chris Hemsworth to do it on like a budget, like you could convince him to come on as like a producer.
I bet I could. I bet he'd do it.
Personally,
Yeah, I bet I could talk him into it.
you know what? He did agree to do Fat Thor.
I'm a hell of an agent. Yeah. He is hot off of being in Mad Max. There's no way he's not gonna be in my shitty production.
All right, so he's gonna play the Kevin Bacon analog.
Yeah.
Do I get to pick the Fred Ward analog
Yes,
who plays
please.
Earl?
Please do.
Okay. So we're going with Chris Hemsworth.
Yep.
As the Val of this.
As the Val of this, yeah. I hate to be a middle of the road, popular opinion guy, but I genuinely think Chris Hemsworth's a good fucking actor. I think he's really funny.
Then if I'm gonna get somebody who he's the bright-eyed, bushy-tailed lead of this one.
Yeah.
If I'm gonna get the jaded and cynical, down-to-earth, world-weary Earl Bassett of this movie,
The Murtaugh.
I feel like I'm gonna get hate for it, but I would want Vince Vaughn. I would want tired of this bullshit, rambling. I like the almost Doubting Thomas-esque version.
I would capitulate on Vince Vaughn because I get a Hemsworth. I really don't like. Well, actually that's not true. I actually think Vince Vaughn is a capable dramatic actor. I think that his natural comedy, like the comedy that's close to his heart, I just don't find very funny. I don't think he's unskilled or untalented. I just think if you put him in his natural environment, the jokes that come out of his mouth just don't make me laugh.
What
I could do Vince Vaughn as long as we have a good director. I think we'll be fine.
Well,
He does not get a producer credit because I do not want him rewriting his dialogue.
I would offer up. He gets the scripted take and then he gets his own take, and we get to just pick which one works.
Okay, all right. As long as we get to as the producers, as long as we get final pick in that, I don't want the studio coming down and forcing and deciding that the movie needs to be slapstick at the last minute.
No, it's not going to be slapstick. We're still making a Tremors movie.
I know. I just I got trust
rebooting.
issues.
I've been scorned before.
I've
been burned by Vaughn.
Honestly, I have seen a few movies where he really tears me, because it's like sometimes he is really fun. The main one when I think of Vince Vaughn, the big comedy I think of him is Old School, where he's sometimes really, really funny and sometimes just really fucking cringe. And he's all over the map in that movie. It's really bizarre to me. I can't. It gave me this like skewed opinion that I've never been able to really staple to the ground.
Have you seen the movie Freaky?
No.
That would be like the best. That would be the best pitch I could give you for this movie, because it's Vince Vaughn playing like a no fucking nonsense serial killer. Who, like, the entire premise of the movie is they're making fun of Freaky Friday, who switches bodies with a high school girl, and now the high school girl becomes the Vince Vaughn-esque serial killer.
Oh, interesting.
Give that a watch and tell me what you think after the... Well, give it a watch. Who the fuck has time to watch movies? You could tell me to. You could like beg me to watch something, and I'm like, I just there's so many
Yeah, I'll
hours
watch
in
it
the
when
day,
I
don't
watch
have-
it. Yeah,
I'll watch it when I'm.
I will
dead.
add it to the list.
Exactly.
Um,
In a perfect world, I'll sit right down on that and I'll do it today. But I
have
don't
you
have the
seen
time.
or heard of Fuck, hang on, I gotta look it up. It's a really insane movie in the Freaky Friday vein.
Grumpy Old Men 3? Grump Swap.
Is that fuck? I don't remember the plot. The plot is really fucking crazy, and so if I wanted to like look and make sure I got it right, because I'm sure the reality of it is way way worse than the way I'm gonna remember it. It's like because I haven't seen it. I'm just aware of it, and I don't want to watch it particularly, but. It's like if I remember right, it's like
Tee up. Have you seen this movie? For fuck's sake.
No,
don't
I'm just
want
curious
to,
if
but
if you'd heard of it because it's got a really bizarre plot. So
Alright.
it's like a Freaky Friday style movie, but it's like a woman body swaps with she body swaps with her daughter who's in like a coma. And it's not about them learning to understand each other. It's about
Oh, 'cause
her
one's in a coma.
fraying marriage because she is in her own daughter's body and married to that daughter's father. And it's just a dark, sad movie about a couple contending with that.
No, I haven't heard of that. It sounds like the feel-good family movie of the
The
year.
comedy of the century. Yeah. Could you ever
Very
laugh harder?
lighthearted, you know.
Yeah, you
real
know.
Batman the movie.
Absolutely.
Kind of
You got this movie, Requiem for a Dream, Winter's Tale, just gut
Train
busters.
spotting.
Oh
you know,
yeah.
Laugh out loud.
Oh, Taxi Driver, just real lighthearted, Accused. It's just good for the whole family as well. Classics in their time.
Sorry, I'm just like I got like a message where somebody's talking about like work shit.
All good, man. All good. I'm furious. I'm furious that you backed down from my Accused joke. You fucking coward. Furious.
I can tell. I can
Yep.
sense it.
You feel the heat. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Palpable.
You answer your email. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
I already did. Timing is terrible.
Well, I'm gonna go anyway. Goodbye. I need water to begin.
Go in
with.
a jar,
So
you
thirsty.
coward!
So thirsty.
Stop arting. Ow, 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 ow. Cat. Catbird. I am spending plenty of time with you. Getting lots of attention. And as soon as I go to pet you, you walk the fuck away. Must you claw my leg? You shit. I didn't know that still had stuff in it. This one must be empty. I declare it must be so. Thank you, kid.
Do, 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 do. Broop.
Well, I don't have to sit here and take that. I'm leaving.
Yeah. Alright.
Oh, did you see that thing I sent you?
Did you get that thing I sent you? Let's find out. What? Damn
It's the Simpsons thing.
it. I got it.
Am I so out of touch? Am I so out of touch?
Amazing. Oh, fuck me. That was good. Oof. Oh, that brightens the spirit, that does. That just makes you happy.
That is muted there.
I'm so... Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. I'm so glad we live in a day and age where editing technology is super trivial, so people can just... Like, people have the man hours to just make crazy fun shit like that.
Yeah, just come up with just good stuff.
And just come up with a
Good on
silly
'em.
idea and go for it. Absolutely. You know what I was thinking? You were talking about this the other day, and it actually sort of stuck with me. You were talking about like a Bob Ross green screen painting. It would actually be a really fun way to draw if I had a green screen, to put me in a corner of it, and then the green screen is the like art. So whatever I'm drawing is on it. It'd be kind of
Yeah.
interesting. It'd be less like busy. But I think for that reason I wouldn't do it. I just like a cluttery screen. I mean, it's comfortable.
On
for
top
me.
of that, it would honestly be just a fuck bunch of work.
I think it'd be all right. I think I know how to. I think I know how to implement it.
Or do you mean like that would be the layout for the stream would just be like you in like a Bob Ross outfit, like smiling to camera, and there'd be this huge easel that was green screen, and that would be your workstation as you were going?
Yeah, kind of.
Oh, okay, that wouldn't be too bad.
A little more of that, mate. Yeah. Oh, also, I was thinking about the PBS was brought to you by these companies and viewers like you. What I think
Yeah.
I'm gonna do, if I ever get the chance, or if I ever get the opportunity to like open up a Patreon or something, that's gonna be my like format. Is I'll make a little commercial for like a fake company, and it'll have those people's names on them, and like once that fills up, I'll make another fake company. And I'll just like a little short, like 2 or 3 second, like logo jingle thing with like that many names brought to you by, and it would be those names and then some made up fucking company.
We are Patreons. We give money for nothing.
For all the hard work, so I could do this more.
Oh, the guilt.
Yeah.
Oh, the guilt.
Oh my god, dude. Well, it's you get what you pay for. I can't work as much if I don't make any money.
I always love the Patreons that are like, pledge $1. It's $1.
Yeah.
Fucking, I'm doing the thing. Like, it's super blatant. I'm just like, pledge $1. You don't get anything else. You just like the thing I do.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's honest. Like, I think as an artist, you could tell yourself, like, yeah, I earned that fucking $1. I did $1's worth of work for this guy. If you watched me for 5 minutes, if you watched me enough to be like, I should give this guy $1, I definitely gave you $1's worth of entertainment. Minimum.
Not only that, it's $1 every month. It's not gonna.
It's a very
It's-
manageable amount of
I
dollars.
literally can't think of another subscription service that would rake you over the coals that lightly.
A gentle
man,
raking. It's one of those
$1
shitty
every
rakes that
month.
all the prongs are too wide and it's too light and it can't grab leaves well.
You kidding me? After a year, you could get one coffee with a little extra zhuzhed up something in it. An extra shot of syrup in my coffee. Oh, that's $12.
Damn.
I appreciate you supporting me for a whole year. This coffee from you to me. Oh, they fucked it up.
God,
This is why you never get it to go.
they fuck you at the
Fuck
drive-thru.
you at the drive.
Yeah, they know you're gonna be
Turn it
halfway
back
home
on
by
the
the time you
screen.
find out you get fucked. Dude, that is one of the most fun impressions to do. Leo's such a grating character.
Gets.
What's that?
It's the Leo gets.
Yeah, the Leo gets. He just feels so good to just fuck. Hey, you know what is it? They fuck you. That's right. They fuck you. Do you hear me?
What do you want? Leo gets. See what I did there? Leo gets. Yeah, you want it? Leo gets it.
He's just such a bombastic character. Like, I bet he was really fun to play. That's imagine how
Leo
much
gets.
fun
You
that
wanna
set
get
must
fucked?
have been.
Leo gets you fucked. Man, it's
Oh,
8 o'clock
man.
over here. I actually do need to go grocery shopping. I'll be back in a bit.
All right, go. Be gone. Be
See if I
gone.
even care.
Back. I banish thee. Out, you demon. Kick. I don't know how to
He's
do
so
that
mean
very
about it.
fast. Yeah, he did that. I didn't, but I would have if I got there in time. You better fucking believe it. You better fucking believe it.
Yeah, anus.
Okay, hey, easy. We're all cool. Everything's cool here, man. We're all cool. Nobody's talking
I
shit.
didn't do
Right?
nothing. I wasn't kicking. You left on your own
man,
accord.
and no bad blood. No bad blood. We're all cool. We're good.
All right, he's coming out.
Hey, man, it's all cool. It's all cool, motherfucker. Get the fuck out of here. Walk back in my channel. Jesus. I'll ban you upside your head if you coming and talking to me like that. Holy shit. Oh, man. Can you believe these people, the way they act? Raised in a barn they were. By horses. No, that's not nice. Ben's mom's really nice. I'm gonna be drawing this forever. I'm gonna draw this drawing until I die. For 1,000 years, I'll be drawing this fucking coat. Why did I pick this? Why do I do this? Solo commentary. Where is... Shut up, Ben. Get out of here. Go grocery shopping. Fuck you out of here. This coat is big and floaty, and it's just killing me. It's just killing me. The hands need to be so much smaller than the coat, and it's so hard to make my brain do it. It just wants to fill it out because I can't see the whole. I gotta keep like the whole body in view. I needed to like leave a skeleton up with the whole damn thing. That would have helped me out. Would have kept my brain like properly proportioned in, properly zeroed, if you will. The fuck out of here! I told you to go get groceries. Get. Anyways, that guy won't get groceries. It's a problem. Maybe I should just do. Maybe that's how I solve this problem. Let's just go kaboosh, kaboots, kaboots, yoop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo. Okay, and let's just find. Let's find her bones. Find her bones. I'm not sure it's a her. Bones. Okay. And this hand's gonna be there. And this hand's gonna be here. And we got pelvis. And we got leg. And the knee. And the thing. And the knee. And the thing. Okay. We got it. We got it. That's all correct. That's all correct. Okay. Fade. Son of a bitch. Can't get rid of you. Pick you out of my brain. Can't turn off the console. He's still there. Yeah, that's gonna work. Okay. I think we can solve this now. Now I just gotta get this skin tone consistent. This character explicitly has this ultra pale skin tone. It was supposed to be pure white, but that's not. It's just, it just doesn't work that way. So it has to be like kind of something. So it's as ashy and gray and pale as I can get it, and then it can be pure white under highlight. But it makes it really difficult because it's this really saturated color scheme. So the contrast of it is kind of challenging. It's hard not to go like straight down dark. Because it becomes really muddy. Let me see. Well, I don't have any other. You can see a little bit back here where it was kind of going wrong, or you probably saw it earlier if you were here earlier on the stream. You can tilt back to when I was struggling with it, just like trying to keep it from turning into mud. It was really hard, and ultimately I failed. So that's why we did this sort of reboot. But yeah, so it's just another piece of this puzzle that makes it very challenging, but in a really interesting way. I'm appreciating chewing on it. You want out? Be gone, dog. Go. Get. I banish you. That's 2 banishings in one day. Crushing it with the banishments. It's like a 3rd level spell. I knew I needed to prepare 3. They doubted me. Got rid of the specter of Ben still haunting the chat, and a dog that you didn't know existed. It's magic. Magic. Let's get in and do some pencil work. Oh yeah? Yeah, did you not want to go out? Huh? Did you make me open the door for no reason? Now you get to stay out. That's what happens. Rude ass dog. Oh, fuck me. What was his phylactery? Shit. Oh, he told me once, what was Ben's phylactery? Was it Dreamcast controller? No. Was it the memory card? I think it's a Dreamcast memory card with a mini game for Sonic Adventure on it. I think that's what it is. If I can figure out where that is and stab it, then that's how we do it. That's how we banish Ben. I was trying to think of something funny to stab it with. Nothing came to mind. An ice pick, I guess. You stab it with a disc of Metal Gear Solid 3. That's how you get rid of him for good. Not even a wish spell can bring him back after that. You hear that, children of the world? Your powers are useless. Your hero is dead. You can wish all you want. You can't fight fate. Safely case of plastic bag. Oh, fuck me. That is the first place I was gonna look, so if it's not there, maybe it's in the tank of the toilet. No, that was already. We know it's not there. Under the sink? That's not where memory cards go. I could be anywhere at this point. If somebody told me they'd hidden something in the tank of my toilet, I would leave the house. just seems like just seems like the way that you die by bomb. I don't know, maybe I've seen too many movies, maybe I've specifically seen Lethal Weapon 2 too many times, but I just feel like if somebody told me to like go somewhere to pick up a package, unless I really knew what that package was about, I just like don't get involved in that. That's how you get caught up in like a movie plot. You could just dodge that shit, there'd be no protagonist, and the world would be a safer place. You think protagonists want to be protagonists? Let me explain. I wonder if, like, in a world where the stuff in a movie can happen, whatever that movie is. Let's just say an action movie for now, just because it's a fun topic. In an action movie, Dog's House, like, do you usually find action movie characters are embroiled in things that they are precisely fit to bear? Like, the problems that they solve are often, very coincidentally, the things that they're ultra good at dealing with. They just happen to have just the right skill set and plucky attitude. But, like, do you think if you live your life like that, just your odds of that kind of thing happening to you just go up astronomically? Like, if you know what I mean? Like, if you were John McClane and you do John McClane shit, is there some convergence of likelihood that, like, you're sort of living for the job you want or for the event that you want to happen? And in that way, you end up as the guy in the vents instead of the fucking douchebag, the douchebag on the cell phone who gets shot in the head. Interesting to think about. You sometimes you know people in life who act like protagonists, and it's just interesting to see. Yeah, I don't know, like if this was a movie, like you would be the guy in the plot. I don't even mean that in like a negative way. That might sound kind of cringe, but it's just so some people just live a little bigger than other people, and maybe that's what it is in a world of make believe, in a world where something the bad guys. In a world of something explosions, maybe the person who acts like an action movie hero is inevitably going to be one. I don't know how well that tracks onto other genres, I suppose, so. I'm not going in that crawl space again. If it's up there, you just gotta live forever. That's how it goes. It's 8 at night. It's like over 90 degrees outside. It's still over 100 in the crawl space. No fucking chance. That is an unwinnable quest. I'll be up there tapping circle trying to get down that hallway. No thank you. I've been stuck on this hand for like 15 fucking minutes. It's really hard. It's really hard. The thumb keeps getting stubby. When I change it, I get a claw. Is that what I need to do? Do I need to just trim fingers for the angle? Hang on, give me the wrist back. Oh yeah, shit, that is what I need to do. Okay, alright, we got something here. We're on to something. Gotta work the angle. Nice and sharp. Nice and sharp. Do 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 do. Oh, that's cool. I've never done that way before. Never used that particular framework for building a finger. Interesting. It's fun when you really get zoned into it. You just kind of let your hands go and they just do what they do. These really interesting results. Can just kind of, sometimes it can just sort of autopilot through things that are really difficult. Just gotta trust. Just gotta trust. Let the hands go. Oh, excuse me. Whew. Shouldn't be yawning. We're just warming up. We've only been at it for 5 hours. Child's play. Still so much to do. I am trying so hard to get these hands looking dainty. It's really, really difficult. And because the skin is this pallid gray, I keep wanting to draw gloves. And the angle of it is just really, really specific. And I'm trying not to give her these like really squared, clubbed fingers. But you need a kind of squareness sometimes when you're working at these particular angles. Sometimes you need this sort of flat plane to really define where the finger is at. And it is battling me. It's like, I feel like I'm wrestling this thing. Come on. Settle in. Got a line there. Knuckle to knuckle. Good. That's what we need. Let's get that in lighting. Knuckle to knuckle. Yeah. To do fingernails as well. I don't need to, I want to. Okay. This gives it a little more personality, I think. Okay, that's about right. This thumb is correct. That's the scale this needs to be on. So this needs to come in quite a bit. Hang on, let's get the yellow back in. Erase back just a nibble. Just a nibble. Make sure we don't lose the base of it here. Okay. Rolling in. Got that square. We got that kind of square. Come on. Come on. There we go. That's what we're trying to do. Readjusting my chair. I'm slumping over here. Okay. Fuck. It's too sharp. I need a pen. There we go. Freaking razor blade in here. Be small. Why are you like this? Be a smaller finger. There we go. Okay. Alright. We're working. We're working. Shame the picture. That's the way to get things done. Really, really bring its self-esteem down. That's you wanna do it. I'm gonna say. There's a lot of gas left in that car, but I think it's best left on the side of the road. Nobody needs it. Alright. This is kind of starting to work, but we're getting a little case of Monster Hand coming in. I don't like it. I don't like it, guys. Fuck. Nah, we lost it. We lost it. We had it and we lost it. Okay. Bring it all the way back. Let's start with the thumb. Start with the thing that... Oh, shit. Even the thumb is a little bit off, isn't it? Just here. Just on the small part. Fuck. You know what? You know what? You know what? Chicken butt. Here's what we're gonna do. Tell you what I'm gonna do. We're gonna change this hand pose. Because it is killing me. Killing me, Larry. We're gonna just open it up into something a little more basic. Now we're going straight down, and then maybe fingers out. How about that? Still kind of cool. Still should still be interesting to draw and give us a good shadow to play on. Oh, how about this? How about this? We're gonna do that, but we're gonna do it with this. Okay. That'll give us a good angle. Okay. Okay. We're finding it. We're finding it. Little at a time. Oh, this hand is gonna age me. Okay. keep drawing these fucking werewolf hands. Stop it. Just stop it, me. Gotta get this thing under control. Be here forever. Where's my jazz? There we go. Perfect.
esoteric and personal to me. When ancient spells control a situation, I leave. It's the human in me. Never had a room more than a year at.
You win again, drawing. You win again. I'll be back for you another day, I suppose. There we go. No need to see that. Yeah, it's blood. Bark? Bark.
You'd like to think so, wouldn't you?
You missed my sweet music.
No, I was here for it.
Oh, sick. How'd you like my sweet music?
Pretty snazzy. I didn't know if you were like actually playing or just had a recording of something.
No, I was playing that live.
Oh, how about that?
Yeah.
All right.
I played this thing. And the trunk surrounding it. And it's really fun.
Oh, that's what that is. I just realized I had the fucking stream going still.
Oh.
And then I had the Discord coming over, so I heard like the brunk. I'm like, oh, who joined? Nobody. And then I'm like,
Oh.
you'd like to think that, wouldn't you? And I'm like, who the fuck is doing an impression of me? Is that Christian? That happened.
Good stuff.
So I had a thought while I was out walking.
Uh-huh.
More amusing, but
Mm-hmm.
it crossed my mind how much
Yes.
any congressperson makes as a salary. Then it crossed my mind what the minimum wage probably is, wherever the fuck they are.
Okay.
And I got a little mad, I'm not even gonna lie.
I'm listening.
Because I then remembered the stupidest thing I think I've ever seen when it comes to any Congress stuff.
Uh-huh.
And that was the filibuster of Ted Cruz reading Green Eggs and fucking Ham.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
And I just remembered that, and I realized, you know what I need to do? I need to be a congressman. Because I would single-handedly make every single motherfucker who ever tried to filibuster cry with how willing I am to sit there and listen to their stupid bullshit. I get paid to stand on my feet for 8 hours and regurgitate the most mindless, stupid fucking dialogue, which is to greet someone who enters,
Yes.
and then once they are in the place I work, they ask me where a thing is that is clearly labeled
Yep.
on the ceiling,
Yes.
and you can even generally see it from the front of the store.
As
I
if-
have to do
As
that
if God himself had parted the clouds to show you the way.
to jab an index finger inside of a man's shoe or something to go, here!
Here be thy shoe, Marianne, of the many
I-
coupons.
I would sit there in a session of Congress and I would gleefully piss my own pants in the seats of Congress while some fuckface
Ted
tries
Cruz.
to spout while some fuck Ted Cruz face, fuck his stupid fucking face for that reading of Dr. fucking Seuss. And I haven't looked up how much he makes, but I know it's more than the minimum wage in Texas.
I see. I now understand.
Do you see where, like, the anger comes
There's
from?
like a couple of levels
Where
to
any unqualified shit stain could kill a bill and get paid taxpayer money to read a Dr. Seuss book. I don't even care if the book is there and he impressively memorized it. That's not the point.
Yeah.
It's how much he's getting paid by the people who make nothing to make sure that never changes. Meanwhile, I guarantee you nobody has ever filibustered the bill to raise Congress's salary.
Probably not, no.
I would be that fucking guy.
Unlikely. Actually, I'm not actually sure. Congress is fucking wild. It's not like the other government things. People do
I
crazy
know.
shit there. Like when people say like politicians are all the same, like those people don't watch sessions of Congress
They're
because
not
they
all
are.
the same. I'll give you that. They are different. They're different kinds of shit.
Yeah, I genuinely like genuinely watching, which I recommend to anybody. Go watch congressional hearings or fucking anything. It's all free. You can watch
If they're
the whole goddamn
televised,
thing.
sometimes they're not.
Sometimes. It's very rare, but you can usually see it on C-SPAN, which everybody will recycle onto YouTube. It's
The real embarrassing shit is usually not filmed.
Yeah, well, yeah. But, like, it's genuinely a fun watch. People are really wild characters. I don't know if it's some combination of acting up to a camera currently and having never had to answer to a camera up till now, that you get these kind of wild personalities. You quickly see that certain people have nemesis that just, like, are always there to try to fuck with each other. Like, these little inside feuds that are happening on this petty, like, floor of, like, minor discussions. Everyone's constantly going for snipes on each other. People make these
On this cooling saucer of the Senate.
exactly, yes, really calm things down. Like, and people do crazy shit on principle sometimes. That, like, even stupid shit on principle, you know, like, so it does happen. It's just the circumstances of it are so bonkers. It's very like Alice in Wonderland shit sometimes. That's what it feels like.
I personally just want to be the one person in the room, because as long as one motherfucker is still in their seat, you have to keep going if you decide to filibuster, or
Yeah.
you have to just go, all right, we'll put it to a vote, I guess now, because I've made my salient, lucid thought that didn't involve, and I shit you not, one time it involved somebody getting a garbage can and peeing into it in the middle of their filibuster.
Are you allowed to, like, try to tilt people when they're filibustering? Like, can you try to
No.
punk people out?
As far as I know, you don't get to say a fucking word.
No, I don't have to talk, but can I, like, be weird?
Oh, just like cross-chop the crotch at them?
Yeah, just, like, make
Something like
crazy
that.
faces, like, get real relaxed, and then be like, ah! Like,
Give him the silent Fafankula?
yeah. It's like, am I allowed to do that? Is that against the rule? Like, generally speaking, it's never against the rules to be an asshole. It's not advisable, but, like, in very rare cases is it actually, like, strictly forbidden.
If the day ever comes that I am a purely spite-driven congressman, and I get the rules, and I mean purely spite-driven, that is going to be my platform, is that if anybody decides they're going to pull that maneuver, I want them leaving in tears and medical debt.
I'm running on. You're going to be one of those, like, single platform politicians where they're like, "What are you going to do about taxes? We're going to be able to decide tax shit once I get rid of the goddamn filibuster."
Kind of that, yeah.
Yeah,
By the
okay.
way, for
I like
anybody
it.
else who's like, he's only been on his feet for 8 hours, I've been on a 17-hour plane flight before. I'll do it again. I will sit there until the diaper is full of shit. And they are looking at me with the pleading eyes of a puppy that needs to go outside.
A battle
and I will
of the
then
wills.
nod and go, "Please continue. I'm stewing in my own urine, and I have nowhere else to be today."
You got, like, your little, like, TA assistants near you, like, setting up fans to
Not
blow
even.
at him.
Oh, you again, you underestimate me. I don't know if you remember, there was a chunk of time where I had bed bugs in my apartment, and I decided to let the sizzling, oven-like heat of where we live kill them as I threw all of my furniture away and sat in the middle of my room like a lunatic, sweating in 115-degree internal temperature. If
All
someone
in
is going to
preparation
fill-
for this day, Ted Cruz.
If someone is going to filibuster, I am going to break them. I'm gonna break them over my knee like fucking Bane.
I love the idea of Congress having, like, a bipartisan goon. You run on the
Like a pitch hitter that's
Yeah.
just in there.
you
to
run on an
ruin
independent
someone.
platform that is exclusively anti-filibuster. Nothing else matters to you. So anytime somebody gets up to do it, they are guaranteed to deal with you 100% of the time.
I'm just sitting in the hallway and I tag out for one of the older, feebler congressmen who can't hack it. And then when motherfucking shit, what's his name? I was gonna say Ted Cruz again, but yeah, fuck it, Ted goddamn Dr. Seuss Eggs and Ham Cruz.
Yeah.
No, fuck it, when Mitch McConnell ain't got the scrumph for it. When he's gonna sit
Scrumph.
there on his knobbly fucking toothpick knees,
Scrumph.
hopefully leaning on a cane or something, deciding he's gonna kill some bill to make sure that people can get milk. I'll sit there and I will grimace at him. I will grimace at him for hours. I will look deep. You know that thing
Deep
where,
into his
Mike
scrumph.
Tyson says that when you punch, you have to punch through someone's skull.
Yeah.
That's how I'm gonna stare at him. I'm gonna stare at the semen stain on the wall
Yeah.
behind him.
I'm gonna stare at the empty space forward in time after he is no longer an obstacle.
his bones. Because I forget who it was. There was somebody who was just kind of like, oh, we're going to kill the bill and we're going to do it via filibuster. I want to be the grim specter of death behind him in that photo.
You just like pull in out of the shadows with like a pee bottle in your hand.
I'm going to pull up like Freaky Fred from Courage the Cowardly Dog, grinning at him like a lunatic. Like, oh, now we play. I will sit in my chair. Naughtily. Go ahead, pull 3 days. See if I give a fuck.
Ruin Congress for the rest of us.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm all out of spite. Fuck, what a world. What a day.
People
can
would,
dream.
you would, fuck, dude, people, you would genuinely be hated. It would be really actually terrible.
Well, hold on. Would I be hated by my constituents?
No.
Or by my colleague?
Colleagues, 100%.
Worth it.
But that's fine. Yeah, no, that's
All worth
specifically what you're working on, so that's right in line. Yeah, no,
I didn't
like
promise anything else. I
Yeah.
said if I ever get into Congress, I'm gonna kill this fucking rule that we all seem to have.
that.
Still.
Absolutely. Like, vote for me or not, don't say I'm a liar.
And you know what? When it's my turn to pull one, fuck it. I'll do one. I'll sing the song that gets on everybody's nerves for 5 days.
The song that gets on.
Oh, are you not familiar with I know the song that gets on everybody's nerves? Everybody's nerves.
Nope.
Everybody's nerves. I know the song that gets on everybody's nerves.
Uh-huh.
And this is how it goes.
I'm listening.
You heard the whole thing.
Okay. So
When
that
you
was like the
repeat
song
that-
that never ends, but like way shitter. Like you bought it at like a thrift store.
Yeah, that's the Spencer's Gifts version of the song that never ends.
So what am I to do with that?
Well, as long as I'm
Like,
talking,
I'm sorry that exists. Like, that is a bummer. If that's your
No, no,
point,
no.
my
That's-
heart goes out to you. That sucks.
If I ever have to prove the misery that this thing is, all I have to do is declare that I'm going to perform a filibuster, or whatever the fuck the terminology is for it.
Sure.
Whatever the verb for that is, I'm going to
listening.
shit out a filibuster. I'm gonna bust out my fill, and then I do that, and then I just keep doing that until everyone leaves. That's actually how you kill the vote. You make everyone leave.
Yeah.
You've seen that? You've seen the
a
joke
creep out
clip in
game.
Parks and Recreation where Patton Oswalt's doing the fucking star?
Yes.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be coherent. He made way too salient of a point while he was pitching his movie. That was like a real one.
Yeah.
That was like, but again, the bar has been set so low at green eggs and ham.
Yeah. Well, so part of the thing with it too, when you're dealing with filibuster, I believe this is true. Fact check me, but one of the reasons people capitulate to them usually is because it's not because like the filibuster. It's not just the getting to the end of it. It's the time that it wastes is time that we can't spend on the thing that we want to put on the floor in this session of Congress. So you can like, what they're actually taking is time away from your bill. So if it was one side putting something up and the other side's trying to eat the whole session's time with a filibuster, and you just ass in shared, you would literally just grind the gears of that to an absolute halt, and people would be fucking furious. But I wouldn't be, because I voted for you on the Stop Filibuster platforms.
But what I would do is I would make sure that was either the last filibuster or a knife in the sand warning
It's the
of
last
what will happen
filibuster.
if you ever pull that shit. and I am awake. I don't even have to be on duty. I'll just sit in. It's okay. I've got nowhere to be. I'm a YouTuber. I'll stream it. All I have to do is post. I just have to stream from my phone. My smug douchebag looking ass, smiling at the camera, getting paid a stupid amount of money to make sure that nobody ever gets to do this again. I'll be the Logan Paul of Congress. Just some fucking smug dickhole there to ruin it for everyone else.
Woo! Logan Paul catching
Sorry,
strays
did I,
out of nowhere.
Sorry, did I punch
He was
up
just
too
going
rapidly?
about his day. Walking around, talking to people. I don't know, sucking dick, whatever he does. However he spends his time.
Who's to judge? Who's to say?
And then you just
What can I
bam,
say?
bam, bam.
Just out of nowhere, like that Patrick scene where he's fighting himself. Just, oh, just in the street somewhere. Jesus Christ, that was a hell of a shot. Somebody was firing wild.
Ladies and gentlemen, adding to the call, Logan Paul. And
Oh, interesting. Fuck
was-
it.
was a
What do I
setup.
care? Oh my god, are you kidding me? Do you know how amazingly well your stream would do out of nowhere?
absolutely, that would be the death of me, yeah. Or the whatever of me. It would
Or
be
the
it would be the
lifeblood
death
of-
of the channel I knew. Birth
Yeah,
of a
that
new
would
era.
be your entire thing now.
Yep.
You just invite me on. I take random weird fucking shots way higher than I have any right taking.
It
And then
seems
we
to be
sit
a
here-
good system. That's like a classic podcast guy formula. Is one guy who goes absolutely fucking buck wild, pisses people off on Twitter and shit, and then they show up on his podcast, and then the other guy's like, "Oh, hey, you know, cool heads. We just want to have a civil discussion, you know."
See, I feel you basically have just turned it into just an entire stream of like a reaction video, but live, because now they're reacting live to me reacting to them. Congratulations, YouTube, you've imploded on yourself.
Pretty cool though.
Another first. Bam, you're welcome.
It's kind of interesting. Like, it's kind of a nightmare, but it's kind of a kick-ass nightmare.
Right, yeah, it's kind of like one of those ones where you don't want to wake up. You want to see where it goes.
Yeah, I'm curious. Yeah, take me to the end of this road.
Morbidly curious.
It's such a weird. Imagine, like, I know this is such a like fucking old man talking point, but like, it just is kind of interesting to imagine any amount of time ago that somebody would be interested in watching people watch things. I get so hung up on that detail of the internet age because it's so bizarre and interesting to me, but it also just makes perfect sense in its own kind of weird way.
In its own kind of we go to the zoo to see animals be bored kind of way.
Yeah, kinda. Like there's just something kind of interesting about that, and you get to sort of watch like a weird little window into another life. I think of more like a Truman Show situation. Like the show's interesting because the people in it are like Truman is like kind of there, like people are putting on a
guess
show
it-
because they're streaming, but like it is a continuous narrative with twists and turns and people doing things, and like it's an adventure. It's kind of like it's kind of like a reality show.
I feel like in this exact scenario, you would be watching somebody watch the Truman Show.
Maybe
You'd be like watching the Truman Show, but I forget his first name, but Truman is watching Ed TV. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
the same
yeah.
movie basically. Truman Show's just better.
I
I don't know. I wasn't huge on Ed TV.
Truman Show is also just a very good movie. It's just that must be said about it. I've
But
never
then, like
seen
out of
MTV, though.
nowhere, the person watching it would get into an argument with the person they're watching.
Yeah. Isn't that bizarre? It's a very like Windows and Windows situation. It's this bizarre panoply. I don't know. I just think it's cool. I don't know that it's
interesting.
healthy or
I don't
like
know that I would stick around and watch it, but it's interesting in concept.
yeah, that is kind of what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't. It's probably not healthy. Like I doubt it's good for people, but I don't. Fucking who knows? Maybe it is. Maybe those are the foundational skills that people will need in the
Well, I'm
future
sure
that
I've already-
doesn't involve me. So like, yeah, maybe. I don't even know.
I'm sure I've already just word vomited my opinion on reaction shit anyway.
Yeah.
like, again, if you have like a professional insight into it, awesome. Otherwise, I could just do that myself, and I don't even have to film it. I could just do that and be in front of a mirror.
I feel-
It's kind of the same thing.
I feel like it would be something I would do if it was like on demand, right? Like I wouldn't be like, "Oh, today I found this video and I'm going to watch it." Like, but if I was like fucking around and somebody was like, "Hey, look at this thing," and it was something that I could reasonably like watch on street. It's just like if the audience puts something up and says, "We want 5 minutes of this." And I feel like that's a little bit less masturbatory. You're actually just doing something fun for your audience that they asked for you. But like making that the meat of you, and again, unless you have some sort of expertise or you're commenting in a way that like informs, because you're either informing or entertaining, or you're somewhere on the spectrum between there. So if you're not informing, then and you're just entertaining, yeah.
You know, it would be a phenomenal way to do a reaction thing.
Huh?
Hear me out. The person doing it actually works for YouTube, and the people watching suggest videos of YouTubers that they want to promote.
Okay.
And what it is the person who works for YouTube then has their professional insight be tested when they sit there and they go, okay, this is really interesting. What they're doing is, yada yada against, industry norms. It's a really interesting concept to come at it from this angle. What I think would work really good for them is this. And they could actually give a professional insight on how to improve their material or their content.
That is interesting. Yeah, it's also kind of like a live roast in a different way. But I don't know that that's necessarily like, I presumably if you said I don't want it, they wouldn't. So that's not really a problem. I feel like I like the idea of that, of having somebody do that kind of promotion. But honestly, I don't think I would include like much of a critique element if it was me personally. I would just have somebody be like, hey, here's the things that's neat about this. Like you said, like here's what's kind of different. People say it's cool because of this thing. They got good lighting.
You don't have to do a negative spin on it. You could just, again, tongue bathe the thing the entire time. I mean, either way, it doesn't matter.
I would make it like a puff piece. It's like a People's Choice Award. It's not like a big, huge prestige thing, which is like people like them. There seems to be a reason, maybe give them a look if this is interesting to you. And then you could do like a lot of those, so people who have like kind of grassroots channels would get more opportunity. You don't do the same person twice, and you just have somebody whose job it is to vet them and make sure that they're legitimate, like, channels that someone gives a shit about.
Even better, do smaller channels, stuff that hasn't met the 1,000 subscriber mark. Just be like, boom, they're starting out or whatever. Give them a little boost.
Yeah, that'd
see
be
what
cool.
they do. That would be something I would be. That would be like a reaction format I'd be behind.
Well, that's something channels can do that as well. If you just have there's a YouTuber I like who does video essays. That's just his jam. At the end of every one of his episodes, he's just like, hey, here's another cool content creator that is awesome and you should watch. Like, here's why I like them. Here's why I think you will. And just tags every video with just a different interesting person who just basically to reach down the ladder and help another person up a rung.
Yeah, there's I know a couple creators that do that too, but I just feel like as far as like a reaction style format.
Gotcha. Okay, I kind of see what you mean then.
Because otherwise, I don't know.
You're right. I'm sorry, I forgot. Yeah, I kind of lost the
and
plot there. I forgot we were talking about the reaction format.
I could just sit here and watch a movie and just be like, oh shit, man, that's fucking nuts.
Dude, I'd love to do that. Not because I just want to do that for random movies, but I want to do it. I want to get up and be able to soapbox and defend certain movies that I really like, that people don't give a shit about. That's what I would.
Actually, you know what? I would actually like to do that with like games.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Because again, you and me have a particular opinion on Banjo-Kazooie nuts and bolts.
Yeah.
I feel very strongly about like Sonic Adventure 1.
Yeah.
A game that is generally considered to be the first stumbling hurdle fall in a long face plant down a circular staircase. And I disagree. I think that was one game later. Shots fired.
Shots fired.
But yeah, that would be interesting to just pick games that are generally considered to be not very good, and then while playing them, just defend them. Be like, well, this is how this works. This is like a mechanic that a lot of people don't talk about.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I like that. Well, I feel like that's something I feel like that's something you should do. Just if that's what you're on about, like if there's a game that you like that like people shit on, like I think it's a little bit to you as a fan to get up and put up for a game that you like. I mean, don't deceive people, but like, you know, face realities if you play it again and it's trash. But like in general, like, yeah, that's a super cool thing to do, I think.
Well, it's kind of like it's weird to point this out because these episodes haven't gone up yet. But you and me have done some of the recording for when I eventually post up Ocarina of Time.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So you've
Yeah,
seen
yeah,
the
yeah,
combat
yeah.
where like a lot of people constantly talk shit about how like Ocarina's got a very stand around and do nothing combat style.
Yeah, I defy those people to explain the previous Zelda games combat.
Which ones?
Fucking take your pick. Well, anyone but Zelda 2. Like, the Zelda games are famous for making you stand around and jack off while an enemy moves a certain way or sets up a certain way or teleports a certain way so you can whap them. People level that complaint against Ocarina of Time and pretend like every Zelda game doesn't have that. Again, except for Zelda 2, because it's a fucking fights in that game are the
'Cause you're
fucking
basically playing
Lightning Puma
Slaughterhouse.
riding a motorcycle. You're just flying around the fucking board fighting.
But I feel like a lot. But like I feel like a lot of people forget that Deku Nuts exist,
Oh,
which
yeah.
are entirely there to stun your opponent, and then you get a hit. It's basically like the Sub-Zero ice ball.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember. There was a bit where I was basically just wall comboing a motherfucker because I could just keep doing that. It's like that's what that item is for that nobody ever uses.
so
Of
so
course
what you're
game seems slow.
so to get to the heart of this, you're saying skill issue.
I don't know if it's even skill issue. It's just remember what you. Everybody always says in like again, like Link to the Past, like remember what items you have. That'll help guide you through the thing. Remember you have fucking Deku Nuts.
It sounds like skill
Yeah.
issue. Somebody, let's say, where's a fucking Zelda nerd when I need them? It's never happened a single time in my entire life, but just now, it'd be nice to have someone to come in and set up a straw man for you.
Just somebody who doesn't know that they're coming in, and I have no gloves on. And like, what are we doing there? Gonna do a little bit of sparring?
I have to listen to people suck Zelda's dick all day, every fucking day, non-goddamn stop. I don't disagree with people. I don't care. Love what you love. I don't give a shit. But right here in this space, I get to be mean to it. And if somebody wants to contest that, if they want to step in the fucking ring, ding, ding, I'm going to throw down. Maybe I'm not going to win, but I'm going to give you everything I've got. Because I do not have to be nice about Zelda here. I
Well,
just don't like it that much.
Like, go the distance, Adrian.
It's not even that I don't
I'm-
like it that much. It's just really fucking overrated. People give it credit for tons of shit. It's just it completely unearned.
I've always been lukewarm on it, so I wanted to play more of it. Before, like I did my own channel, I had Ocarina under my belt. I had Link's Awakening under my belt. That was
That's
kind
a
of
good
it. So I got the first steps into 3D and the wacky like spin-off What If game. Because Link's Awakening is definitely a departure from just standard Zelda.
That's so
You have
cool.
a jump button.
Yeah.
Well, you have an item that gives you a jump button, but still. So I've been trying to do more of them. Like you and me did Link to the Past. I played Majora's finally. I've been wanting to get into like Oh, and Wind Waker. I did Wind Waker too.
Oh, sick.
Yeah.
Oh man, I need to do Zelda 2 at some point.
Jump on.
Yeah.
I'm game.
I will think about that. I'll have to go back and replay it once, but I think I can do it. I think I can. That game's genuinely really fun to watch because it's one of the most action-y like NES games.
I think it's one of the more interesting ones. That is a fun game to watch. I've watched playthroughs of it a lot. It's neat.
It's one of those games that like I don't know if there's I mean use whatever example is appropriate to you. Like, you know how sometimes a beat 'em up game just sucks and sometimes it's really satisfying and feels great, and the differences are very minor.
All too well, yes.
But yeah, just so
Well,
when
the
it's
differences on that one is usually, does the AI have like impossible to read movement? The one where they just jackknife from one corner to the other faster than you can move or throw a punch because you have to like line up your hit plane flawlessly. Does every enemy out priority you on grabs? That kind of shit.
But yeah, it's like that. It just Zelda 2 it's just you get right in the groove. The controls just feel correct. Everything does right, just what it should be. And like as your moveset opens up, like you get so much more fluid when you get higher jumps, when you get the different types of stabs, when you just like as you accumulate like tools and stuff, you get lots of ways to approach stuff, and you're super mobile, so it like you really feel like you could maneuver around the room. It's very like it's almost like in a Metroid kind of vibe in how it controls. It's it's awesome.
Second, getting a phone call.
Farewell.
Hello.
Ben went on a phone call. We
Oh.
heard it in the distance. He didn't mute his microphone. Now everybody listens. Probably talking to his friends. Probably talking shit. And I think if we listen real close, we can get to the meat of it. Hey-o, Ben's on his phone. We're listening in on Ben's phone call. Hi-o, Ben's on his phone. Eavesdropping for one and all. Honk. Very musical tonight. I don't know about good music, but very musical. This hand, I'm gonna die drawing this hand. It will kill me, and then it'll haunt me. I'll be like Dan Fortescue. I'll just have this one hand following me around in the afterlife. Ugh. I'm going over here. Fuck you, hand. You suck. Alright. Let's try this hand. I do need some of these colors, though. Okay. Why didn't I do... whatever. I don't know why I didn't do an easier pose. I specifically broke that hand down so that I could switch to something easier, and then I just didn't. Big, smart lad that I am. I messed up. Okay, alright. We're kind of on topic here. Where's my yellow? Where's my red light? Yes, good. Right where we need to be, I think.
Alrighty.
Alrighty.
Whatever happened to getting delivery food and just knock on the door?
I don't know. Getting food delivered is just not ever been a part of my life. I don't know what the... I'm not really sure why exactly, but it's just not something I experienced, I think, until we lived together. Was the only time that I was consistently around it.
It's just so strange when I just get a phone call that goes, "I'll be heading to your door in a minute." I'm like, okay. And I even told him, like, you can knock. That's cool. That's how we've been. That's the game we've played for years, my man.
Maybe it's just
Not you
like
specifically, but
maybe it's just like minutely more efficient. It's because it's a volume game, so like any minutes you can save of someone like getting out of their chair, or like if you have to knock twice, or if they're in like a
trust me, if there's a volume issue, my phone is not going to be easier to get to me than just knocking on my door.
fair enough. But I think
I've
like
got like some EDM laden rave going on.
Yeah, but
My
I think
phone is on silent.
I
or
think
it's my
on
playlist.
average, most people will, like, wherever you are in your house, you're definitely gonna hear a phone call. Like, people just almost always have their phones on them. So like maybe it isn't the best method for you, but I think it's a safe method overall.
I missed 2 phone calls from him. I got the third one.
Oh wow. That sucks.
Sorry, not to immediately just snipe that bad boy out of the air. It was not more efficient than knocking.
Also,
He wasn't at the door yet. So
I didn't say it was. I didn't say it was more efficient than knocking, and like in this case, I just meant like in general, it's more efficient than. So it's like every once in a while, you're gonna have exactly that happen, and you're gonna lose some time. But it's it's a game of averages. I bet it's a safe play most of the time.
The other weird one is when they asked me to come downstairs. I'm like, no. I don't know how this works. I'm up here.
And you're down there. You want your money?
It's just
You want your money?
no. It's just like I'm I'm not. That's not where I am. I don't know what to tell you.
I ordered it to my address, not near my address.
Not in the parking lot.
What, are you gonna put it in my fucking mailbox? No, I'm not going down there. You come up here.
It's just strange. But it's only DoorDash. If I order from like anywhere else, and they don't use DoorDash, I get it's knock knock.
Who's there?
I don't have to go through like 8 different text messages of like, I can't find your place. I'm like, I don't know what to tell you, man.
Uh-huh.
I gave you the address.
Who's
That's
there?
all I've got.
But who's there?
Whom?
The you knocked.
Yeah, whom?
Whom's who?
You are a very grammatically Nazi-like fucking owl, aren't you?
Who's who? Who's is whose? Fuck you, owl.
Who's whomst is whom? Get out
What?
of my fucking
What?
house.
Who's
Why?
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 Why? What are you, an owl?
Read a book, you fucking owl.
Stupid
They don't know
owl.
why.
You can't even turn pages. Why would I think you're wise? Your head's screwed on wrong. I don't even trust your neck. I'm not gonna trust what it holds up.
You guesstimate on Tootsie Pops.
Your spine has voted for your brain, so I do not trust this platform.
Whoa. And your spine is pro-filibuster.
Then I will break it.
I must break the owl.
Hoo hoo, Herd Horton. Thus begins another Dr. Seuss tale.
Horton heard a hoo.
Ahoo! Oh, wahoo!
Horton heard a wahoo.
Horton heard a wahoo.
There's the alarm.
Yep.
There's the illumination crossover we all need. Mario and Horton.
There, now we're talking. The illumination cross.
Hey there, Horton. How you doing? Don't you usually sound different in your games? Those are games.
This is my life. I'm not even a little Italian.
I'm normal size. How do you think that makes me feel? Like a big man.
Big man Mario. Oof. Save, you damn
Wahoom.
file. Goddamn
Never.
autosave. Ah, goddamn water. Goddamn auto park. Small bullshit. Oh man, if I never do another Mario impression for the rest of my life, it'll be too soon.
I got bad news for you.
Oh no.
Yeah, you're
No.
actually the.
I don't care if I hear it, I'm just done doing it. I just have done it so much now.
No. That's your next gig.
Oh, that's my next gig as a Mario impersonator? Ah, shit. Is it a weekend
No,
gig
just-
at least?
No, you're just gonna be the new voice of Mario.
Oh, that's just my job?
Yeah.
Oof. What does it pay?
Not as much as you think it does.
I imagine.
Not Charles Martinet money.
Ooh.
That guy's got a range.
Famous playboy Charles Martinet. Billionaire philanthropist.
Well, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
If I asks you to do a Mario,
Yeah.
can you also do a Luigi?
Do I also do's a Luigi? Do you ask me with that accent?
Of course as I do.
Okay, good, because that makes me feel less weird about doing one myself. Yeah,
Phenomenal.
I suppose I'd try for a Luigi. I think I'd go out for both roles, but I think in my heart, the art in me, it knows it's my job to be Waluigi. Like when I look in the mirror, I know who's looking back at me, and it's not Mario and it's not Luigi. You got to turn that L around if you want to get with a more realistic version of me.
I got great news for you.
Yeah.
It's actually 4 roles. That's right. It's Mario's. It's Luigi.
Uh-huh.
It's the Walu fella.
What?
And then I'm gonna hit you with some star power. You know who else he does?
I'm listening.
Peach.
Dwell.
Nah, he does Wario. I'm just fucking with you. I know. You'd never guess. He does the 4 guys with the hats. All of them, not just 3.
He did with the 4.
Wild.
That's
huh?
how many there are. If you didn't know that about Mario.
Oh my god! I have heard. Sorry,
I'm listening.
Well,
No, please. Slower.
All right, well,
Slowly. Make me forget my troubles.
let me follow in the fantasy. Out of nowhere, I randomly just got on the same, the kick every midlife, middle-aged man gets into of the. Why isn't Waluigi in Smash? We all ask ourselves that question, and I wanted to know if there was a reason.
Sure.
You know? No, there hasn't been like an official reason, not like a from the lips of Sakurai himself.
Okay.
But I have heard some weak ass fan reasons.
And we're here to roast them. Here's Ben's top 5 shitty fan reasons why Waluigi isn't in Smash. Number 5.
Literally, number 5, he doesn't have a character.
Ah.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah,
Of course he
completely.
does.
What are you talking about? He's arguably like him and Luigi are the most characterful people.
If he didn't have a character, people wouldn't love him.
Huh. Number 4.
Number 4, Nintendo didn't create him.
Why does that
Debatable.
matter?
Yeah, I was gonna say
A lot of
that's
characters
arguable
in
considering
Smash
this is a-
Nintendo didn't create.
Yeah, like Sonic.
Yeah.
Well,
Famously, I
it's
think.
insane.
If I know one thing about video games, I know Sonic is not the Nintendo guy. That's just a fact right there. That's a fact, Jack. You can look it up.
You could take that to the bank.
I don't know who this dumb guy is.
I have no idea.
I don't care what you say. That's true. I know it's true. You know it's,
I read
pretty,
it in
it's
the
pretty much
magazine.
always gonna be true. This is,
Bookazine.
this is a guy who like super knows he's wrong, but he can't back down, so he keeps trying to give himself a window out. That's
No,
what
he's
this
in it
guy's.
too hard. He can't show weakness. That's what his
Yeah,
his
man.
kid doesn't see him
It's
as a hero
stupid. It's
anymore.
always stupid. I mean, sometimes maybe it's not, but but mostly like it's pretty fucked that they do that. Like they shouldn't do that. Like you'd agree they shouldn't do that, right? Like that's bad.
Right as you said that, like to throw it to me, I took another bite of food, and I just like inhaled in surprise and had a wad of stuffed crust go to my throat.
See, this guy'd rather die
probably-
than say it. It's like what are we talking about here? You won't even say the thing. Jeez, like it's. I don't. Look how many papers there are. Look at all these coincidences. Like, come on. You gonna tell me it's not real? You gonna tell me NAFTA's real? Come on.
Weather control is space lasers. Now you're
you thi-
opening your eyes.
Yeah, like obviously.
Waking
Like
up.
look at the world around you. Don't hit me with the. You can make that stuff say whatever. You can make studies say anything you want. They don't even matter.
Reason number 3. Like reason number 3 I saw was one of the weirder ones where they're like, "Fuck." Let me remember. Let me get it in my head again. It was something along the lines of like, he doesn't have his own game, ergo he's not representative of a franchise.
There's
And to
no.
which I then would lightly gesture without breaking eye contact to Pichu.
Yeah,
Pichu doesn't Pichu is part of a giant fuck off ensemble cast and is. Who cares?
Yeah.
Who,
and that can't be the. There's like 90 Fire Emblem characters. There's no way each one of them was the star of their own game.
Daisy didn't get her own game.
Yeah, she's in it.
Petey Piranha doesn't have his own game.
Sadly. Get on that shit, Nintendo. I would return to you in open arms.
Bowser does not have his own game.
Doesn't
He
he?
doesn't.
Really?
Nope. He plays set dressing to a Mario and Luigi game.
You're right.
Doesn't have his own game though.
Huh.
So anyway, that was a weak ass argument. don't know, it's just- I don't have two more.
God damn it.
wish
I went on
did.
that really long tangent joke. I was like, I'm gonna try to give Ben time to like grab up some more answers. I'm just gonna give him some prep time with this stupid joke.
All right.
I was trying.
Number two, I
It's
think,
okay.
Like another one I saw was like he doesn't have like a fundamental enough move set.
That's
to which
also
I would-
wild.
To which I would then go, Peach.
Peach, yeah. Explain all of her.
And if the answer, like it damn well should be, is sports games, Waluigi.
Waluigi. So there you go. Lots of options.
And then like on top of that, I was just thinking to myself, like, again, even if all of this was somehow true or relevant,
Mm-hmm.
you can't tell me there isn't like an audience for it. Of course, people want like. Does anybody of the massive people that are putting him at the top of the wanted list? Are any of them gonna go? Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that is an excellent point. Like, why not at this point? Who are you helping? Well, I mean, the roster's like kind of gone to shit recently anyway. So like maybe in the next game he can be a starting lineup and have some prestige. You don't want him to like be following up some of these late entry jabronis. You don't want him after Joker. You don't want him after fucking
God, I forget he's in
fucking Min.
Who?
You don't want him following Steve from Minecraft. Let the man come on first.
Steve from Minecraft's still confused.
What's the question?
Well,
Kids go fucking batshit crazy, insane, jerk off bananas for Minecraft. It prints money. That's such a safe bet.
They do that for like fucking Fortnite too.
Yeah.
Throw one of them in there, I guess. Who gives a shit anymore?
You know they would if they could. But there's no way. Fortnite would
I'd
want...
like to think they wouldn't. I would like to think they wouldn't.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Fortnite, you know what I believe would be the bone of contention? Because Fortnite likes to steal everything. It exists entirely on the bones of, like, other stuff. Like, visually, like, it's all about borderline copyright infringement. So if they negotiated, Fortnite would probably want some part of like some licensing rights, and it probably wouldn't happen. Also, if I'm not mistaken, Fortnite is owned in majority by Tencent, and I don't think they would play well. They're pretty hard competitors. What's that?
They usually don't play nicely.
Yeah, with anyone, because they're a garbage company of monster people, but...
I don't know.
Prove me wrong,
It just struck me as the strangest set of like defenses
Yeah.
that I could ever think of. It'd be like if a lawyer was in court going, "Your Honor, my client couldn't have been in Smash for the sheer fact of," and then just some horse shit closing
And then
argument.
these reasons, as if those are normal reasons for any of it. Yeah.
And then under any circumstance, the jury would just go, "And
Not guilty.
guilty or
Here-
not." I don't know.
I'd like to probe a deeper question, and that's like, who had the time to write to make something so pointless as like these theories? Like, why do you need a reason? Like, he's not in it?
Well, it wasn't any one
give me
person.
where,
It was-
like, who's out there giving me the theories on why Doctor Who's not in Smash? Come on, internet, fucking hook it up. He's just not in the game. That's not a weird thing. It's like,
Well, to be fair, I don't know anybody clamoring for him to be in it.
yeah, but still, like, they just didn't. They're just like, there's already a bunch of fucking Marios. We're just not gonna put another Mario in for a while. Like, that's, like, it's not even that strange that he hasn't made it. So, like, it's funny that people would feel the need to justify what was almost certainly Nintendo just being like, it's this, we got enough guys, it's fine. Like it almost certainly went no deeper than that.
To that, I think, fuck it, I hate to argue, but like, to that end, I would just go like, why all the Fire Emblem then?
That is an excellent question. I believe
There's like a shitload.
I believe the modern director of Fire Emblem has something to do with Smash. Oh no, that's the Kirby guy.
Yep.
I don't know.
It's just weird to me.
Truly, I have no idea. I cannot justify it. There's so many. It's wild. They've
And then
like,
I think
go ahead.
one of the other like things I read was they were like, yeah, but he's already an assist trophy. He's basically in the game. And to that, I would just want to be like, oh, okay, let's just go ahead and like demote fucking Marth to being an assist trophy. That sound cool?
Yeah,
He's
please
still
and
in the
thank you.
game.
He's right there.
Throw Fox in there.
Yep.
He's ready. You
He's
can
in
get
the
him on a
game.
random chance.
Yeah. In a game mode no one plays. It'll
Yeah, in
happen
a
all
game
the
mode that
time.
everybody turns items off of.
Yeah. Definitely gonna happen. Fuck, I fucked this hand up. Yeah. not a significant thing. No, assist trophies
Better
are
yet, we'll make him a stage hazard in a Fire Emblem level. It'll be great. Nobody will ever play
Oh,
it because they only play one fucking level.
I bet that's a factor as well. I don't think they've ever broken the precedent. I don't think any assist trophy has ever been a playable character. 'Cause, like, generally making someone an assist trophy is like basically a promise that they're not gonna make it into the game. Like that's it. That's they're enshrined in the hall of almost made it into Smash Brothers.
I'll fight you on that a little bit.
Is there
What
is there an exception?
Pokeball if it is not? What is a Pokeball if not an assist trophy?
Okay. Yeah.
In the first game.
Yeah,
We'll just call it. We'll just ask that.
I mean, I suppose.
Charizard was in a Pokeball.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe he still is. I don't even know.
Well, I would say the like part of the tradition of assist trophies, I feel like is more. I've never looked this up, so this guy could just be wrong, but I feel like it's very likely rooted in the characters they could get licenses for that they didn't want to make entire characters for, or they didn't have the space or the time or whatever. So like it was a way to still include them because you still have the graphics and you can just import whatever you need because you're working on the same platform, and like so it was sort of like that. Like this, it's everybody who didn't make the cut. But when like Melee came out, there weren't DLC characters. That wasn't going to happen. So it like
Right.
that would be basically the end of it. And then I don't think Brawl had, or maybe it had a DLC character. I don't remember. But I don't think anybody in Brawl like promoted up because I think you can be an assist trophy in one and be a character in the next one, but no one's ever gotten added been promoted in game from assist trophy to character. Normally that is like the promissory note that it's not going to happen.
I'll check real fast, just for fun.
Sure, yeah, feel free. I believe that's right, but I'm not certain.
Ah, well, that's bad news for any Alucard fans. Apparently, he's an assist trophy. Didn't even know that. They can eat shit. Oh, Dark Samus.
Wasn't she is she an assist trophy in the newest game?
For the 3DS and Wii U one.
Yeah, but then she was added in the next game.
Oh, okay.
Like she wasn't added in that game.
Oh, there's even a list here if they became a fighter later.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, Isabelle was an assist trophy at 1.2. Lynn? Who? Oh, wait. Oh, Little Mac. I was like, oh, yeah, Little Mac. Cool.
Nope, eating cake.
Oh, cool. There's a Rathalos one?
Yeah.
That's neat. I wouldn't know. Nobody ever plays with them.
They really do fuck the game up.
Yeah.
It is
I don't know.
it is unfortunate. They're a very core part of the game, but they're a really shitty part of the game.
I don't know. Just you may have a point, I guess, on that one. But it then does also just annoy me that becomes this weird crutch argument of
What?
like, well, he's an assist trophy, so he can't be in the game. I'm like, well, Fucking don't. He's been an assist trophy since the beginning.
I,
Like,
I
fucking
like, I'm
give
not
him a
saying
shot.
like I'm not saying
I'm not
like
saying
it's a good
I'm not saying
rule
it's
or
a
that.
shitty argument from you. I'm just
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
it's-
I'm not saying like it's good that it works that way, but like, yeah, I just believe that it is. Like he might make it into the next game still, but yeah, I don't think he's getting added to this one.
God, do you think there really is going to be another one?
I mean, when they release a new console, but the Switch, I don't think the Switch is going anywhere for a while.
I kind of hope not.
I agree.
I
It's a good system.
genuinely, well, I mean, I got mine late. Mine's a selfish reason. I just don't want it to go away when when I still got it. Put some games on for me, baby.
Yeah, no, it's been very well liked. I love the hell out of mine. This is the first game console I'd bought since, oh, actually probably the Wii U. Both nice and cheap. Good stuff.
Yeah, Nintendo seems to put out some pretty affordable bangers.
Yeah, keep it reasonable. It usually feels like they're more worried about making a game than making a graphics platform, and I respect that.
Yeah,
They're like,
considering
yeah. I don't love all of their games, but I love that they work hard on them. That's my opinion. I don't care what anybody says about it. That's a fact. That's a fact, Jack.
You're gonna do the bank. I'm curious. Did you have a game that made you get the Switch?
A game that made me get I got it for Smash.
Okay.
Yeah, it was genuinely a choice to get Smash Brothers. But I did really enjoy the system. I came for Smash Brothers. I stayed for the Virtual Console, which I used relentlessly. I really liked. Or I should say. I haven't used my Switch in a minute, but...
oh, that's my pooping console. That's what I bust out me some Pokemon Mystery Dungeon.
Anytime I'm away from my computer, I do not want to see any screen in front of my face. I spend so much time here. If I'm not looking at my screen, I just my eyes need to rest. Fuck, I cannot get this hand right. This picture is gonna fucking win. I can feel it.
Give him a hook.
I can't.
Why?
Gotta do it right.
It's free.
I know, but I gotta. I gotta, Ben. I gotta.
What a big penis hand.
I don't like it. I would love to. That would bring me infinite joy. That would be it. I'd be satisfied for the rest of my career, but I can't.
Weakling.
I can't. I
Give
gotta.
in to penis hand.
Gotta do it right. Like Daft Punk
doing
said.
it right.
Something.
Doing it right just sounds like big old wang hand. See, the vestigial remains of a penis.
That's what it is. That's what it must. It's the only logical read.
Pervert.
Nothing else. Okay. Woo!
I was saying it as a joke. You took it too far.
Ugh,
Oh boy.
I hear you.
Well, I'm just at that moment where I'm looking at a pizza going, where's the healthy human point to stop eating this? Probably about where I am.
That's a choice every person has to make within their own heart, and heart valves, and the plaque within.
Right within my own heart that is now beating suspiciously irregularly.
Angrily, almost. It's like I got a chest
Almost
full
as
of
if
bees.
almost like every fifth beat has a question mark at the end.
Ooh, I do not want to know the answer to that question. Oof.
And then after it was just bubbly, bubbly, bubbly. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
we're good,
okay, you're good.
Just don't check the back of the book anyway, though. Oh, made me nervous.
Oh yeah, those are weird fubups.
Fuck, I'd kill for some pizza right now. God damn.
Ah, you wouldn't like it.
I think I'm hungry.
Yeah, if you want pizza, that's a weird mood
Yeah.
for you to be in.
That is absolutely true. I almost never. I means I want carbs.
Have a donut. Go to 7-Eleven, get yourself a donut.
All right, I'm gonna do a little more skull work, and then I'm gonna go eat me some dinner. How long? What's
Eat
my?
you some donut.
How'd we doing time wise? Oh, this is 7 hours.
6 hours. 7 math words.
Looks like 7. Good stuff. Good stuff. Very little of it usable. I thought of a good way to.
You can have one of these then.
Um,
Go on.
I thought of a good way to edit. To edit the like times when it's quiet. What I think I'm gonna do is I'll cut the audio. Like when I cut out the stuff that I'm gonna keep and the stuff that I'm gonna like cut out, I'll separate them to video and audio, and then I'll offset them so that you're hearing the audio of just the cuts of the conversation that I wanted to keep, but I'll fast forward through the stuff that was quiet, so to like scrunch it so that I can kind of use the same time. So you'll see the whole like thing still get drawn, but it'll be uninterrupted. It won't be like chopping around to different things. It'll just be like speeding up and slowing down.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, I just thought it might be an interesting way to keep like continuity. There isn't enough like busy things happening on screen that I need to like set up timing for, but anything that I would like any visual joke would be something that would be slowed down to real time anyway, so it's like I can kind of get the best of both worlds. I don't know, it's just a thought, but
The only downside would be if on the very slim chance I'm asking you what you're drawing and you're just drawing something totally different.
Yeah, I'll have to
Like
keep
if right now this is where you put in the I'm just drawing like a little anime guy. I'm not really used to that. something. Yeah, it's like
That
that's
not what that is. You are wrong, sir.
You are wrong and a liar. Unsubscribing.
My favorite animal girl, Salanthropus jacardensis or something. I can't ever
You just
pronounce
reminded me
it
of Metal Gear Solid 5.
What? In what way?
Because like the big Metal Gear from that game is called Sahelanthropus,
Oh yeah,
and it can lick my butthole.
That's
Hate
the-
that fucking thing.
that is what this thing is. This is Sahelanthropus.
Oh,
That's actually what this is. The
the
skull.
actual one, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty
Okay.
cool. An interesting connection.
It's you know how you and me are like not really into super robots when mechs exist.
Yeah,
It's a super robot that does magic.
interesting.
Not for Metal Gear, it isn't.
Interesting. What game is it in?
Metal Gear Solid 5.
Gotcha. Interesting.
Interesting.
I don't know. I don't know shit about 5, so I don't really have a position.
You're probably better off that way.
I hear mixed things. I hear
5 does
mixed
not
things.
it does not have a good reputation, and as somebody who played it all the way through, it's kind of earned it.
Do you think so? Because I feel like I've actually heard people be very kind to it. Like mostly, I've heard people say it's the flavor of Kojima, but just sprinkled over a really wacky like kind of game, like just a really big open dumb like kind of fuck around game with just a taste of Mr. Kojima.
Okay, where's my Metal Gear game?
I've talked to Konami. They fired him.
No. What I'm getting at is like, how to put it. Metal Gear has always threatened to become an open world game.
Uh-huh. That's kind of true, actually. He would have done it a long time ago if he could have.
But I feel like maybe I'm the only one who thinks this. When Mr. Kojima makes a game, there really does have to be someone there to act as his leaden boots to keep his fucking feet on the ground so that a
Disagree.
game happens.
Disagree.
No, well, okay, in most circumstances, fine. Let him make whatever he wants. But at the end of the day, I think like when you have something that is established as like Metal Gear, when you keep going in weird when it goes completely off the rails, it's a little hard for me to just go like, let's see where this is going. I do like a little bit of stability in my long-running, multi-decaded franchise. You know.
I do. I think that's a very valid way to feel about it. I'm gonna express a very different opinion, but
However,
I don't think that anything you said is wrong. I think that is a very appropriate way to look at it.
by the way, I also recognize my utter hypocrisy when I talk about Banjo and Kazooie and say, "Let them do what they fucking want," and I'm sitting here going like, "No, no, Metal Gear is this."
So for me, I would rather he just make an increasingly insane game, just to his own bizarre creative vision, if I could help it. It wouldn't be as good, probably, like in just terms of like the basic billboards of quality. Like, more people would fall off of the series, it would not sell as well, like it would come up to problems. But at the end of the day, it would be very creatively principled. Like, it would literally be exactly what he wanted it to be. And I think there's something very special to getting to do that. Like, I imagine that is kind of the pinnacle of being a creative, to be able to do a giant project of that scale in the crazy way, to be trusted to do it in the crazy way that you want to do it, so that it can go down into history exactly the way your insane ass wanted it to be. It will truly represent you through the decades. And like that, you know, there's something to that I think is very like of the artist, like of the sort of, I don't know, the objectives of art, to kind of make something that is so expressive of who you are that it can outlive you. I don't know. Sorry, I got out of my philosophy soapbox that I have absolutely no right to stand on.
That could have just been Death Stranding, though.
Yeah, it is Death Stranding. It's great.
Right. So that didn't have any expectation to it.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? That didn't have any build up. That didn't have like how long? 20 years of preamble.
I see.
Whereas
hang on, let me ask a different question. Were you off the Kojima train on Metal Gear Solid 4?
No, but it was goofy. But I wasn't off. I wasn't off of it. I was still on board.
So is the problem that, like, without Kojima, the game was steered very poorly? Or is it that Kojima steered the game so poorly that it didn't, like, once he's gone, there was no, like, it didn't matter another
It could have been both.
Uh-huh.
So you didn't play it, right?
I did not, no.
Okay. Another issue I really did have with the game is that if there was a story there, it really was not front and center.
Uh-huh.
Like that that game relished in its unnecessary bullshit. But when it came time to actually like chip out like an interesting part of story plot, a lot of times, to me personally, it just felt like a whiff.
So the writing was really weak.
Yeah.
Now, see, that's interesting, because it gets kind of tricky. Because if you want to break down like what went wrong, it's hard. Yeah, maybe Kojima was just on such a different trip. Like, just be like, he was just in such a different like place for what his creative voice was by that point. Like, he already was in Death Stranding mode while he was making that game. Or it's possible
I
that
think he was in PT mode. I think he was working on Silent Hills.
Oh wow, right. I forgot how long ago it was. So yeah, maybe his mind was just totally in a different place, so he was making something that was really weird and different. And I honestly too, this is just blind faith, so it can be disregarded. But I still kind of feel like if they let him play it out to the end, it would have been maybe it wouldn't have been the game we were after, but I bet it would have made more sense as its own creation. Like, it wouldn't be lopsided.
So, okay, so you haven't played it. Do you know the story in it?
No. That's what I say. I'm just
this isn't
I'm
gonna
just
have
speculating
any
based on the
gravity to it.
overview of the story. I have no like other. I'm just curious to like kind of dissect what in particular, like where it gets lost.
Well, see, I don't want to bring this up because then it might spoil something.
Gotcha. Okay. Never mind then. Yeah, I don't want to lose it because I do want to play it.
How? Yeah, I really don't have a way to bring it up.
Yeah. Is it just a plot element that doesn't work so hard that it makes the game kind of fucky?
It's a plot twist that
That is damning to the franchise?
it's a plot twist that's damning to the last 15 hours of my life.
I see. Interesting. Yeah,
There's like
I mean that's got to be writing, right? Like who?
the
Like
only thing I can say is that there is a plot twist that like actively just takes a shit on everything you've done.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah, no clue. Like, yeah, then that has to have been something scripted, right? Unless it was like straight up like a Konami revenge action to just write something insane and dumb. But that has to be Kojima then.
Yeah, as far as I can tell.
Do you think is there a world where Konami's that evil?
In what sense?
That they would put a shitty plot twist in to tank his franchise since they left on such bad blood.
I mean, Konami doesn't really know how to run a company right now, so
Yeah.
anything's possible.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's likely. I'm just curious, yeah. It's an interesting thought. Konami really sucks. I don't think they would. just Konami.
No, because they weren't done with Metal Gear. They did Metal Gear Survive.
Oh yeah, that
But
Metal
they,
Gear Survive.
It can suck ass all at once.
It
They
is
weren't done
basically
with it.
shovelware. I would actually argue that Metal Gear Survive is probably them like literally trying to just whatever last squeeze we can
salt
get out of
the
this
earth.
lemon. Yeah, I think that might actually be more what that
They're
is
trying
about.
to engender hate toward the franchise.
I think they want to just be fucking done with it. Like it feels vengeful. It seems like a game that was made to hurt people's feelings.
Did I ever tell you that theory I had about Nintendo doing that to Sonic?
Yeah, I believe that fully. Like, they got a hold of Sonic and they're like, that's it for you, buckaroo. You're going in
They
the
got
trash
a hold of
can.
Sonic right after Sonic Adventure 2.
We're going to
next
force
game to
you to
come
put out
out-
a terrible game every 2 years.
The next game that came out was Sonic Heroes, a game that is mixed at best.
Uh-huh.
Every port except the GameCube port has issues.
Mm-hmm.
The next game that came out after that, I have to look up the chronology of Sonic games.
Yeah, let's the degradation.
Okay, so after Sonic Adventure 2, Sonic Advance.
Uh-huh.
Sonic Advance 1 and 2 came out, and Sonic Battle happened.
Sure.
That was a weird game.
I'm not familiar. Is that a fighting game?
No, that is a game where
It's a
sort
party
of.
game, isn't it?
No, Sonic Battle is sort of a fighting game, in the sense that Power Stone could be a fighting game if it was 2D.
Gotcha. I would call Power Stone a fighting game.
If it was in 2D and handled like Streets of Rage,
I see. Wait,
yeah.
hang on. So is it just a terrible fighting game?
There you go.
Okay, gotcha.
But it's also a
Dissidia.
terrible fighting game where you don't have your own your own moves. You have to slowly plug them into a piece of crap robot. who's
Interesting.
So your move, whatever. It's not a great game.
Okay, I got you.
You can like that game if you want. It's just objectively not a great fighting game. It's a weird ass game.
Okay, I'm listening.
Sonic Heroes is kind of mixed. I personally, I kind of think it's a hot mess.
Better or worse than Adventure 2?
Worse.
Worse. Okay. Wow.
So Sonic Advance 3, I have no opinion on the Advance games. I've
You don't mess around with
just
them?
haven't played them.
Okay. No crime in that.
So Sonic Rush comes out, and again, that's in like the handheld, like under the radar shit that I don't really I don't fuck with, only because I don't know about it. Directly after Sonic Rush is the Shadow the Hedgehog game.
Oh yeah. Oh, now we're talking.
I'm not done.
Getting into
I'm
the
not
good
even-
stuff now.
Year after Shadow the Hedgehog is Sonic Riders.
The fuck? What the hell is Sonic
That's-
Riders?
Sonic Riders is the racing game where you're playing on hoverboards.
Oh.
The one that doesn't work.
Oh. Well, that's a bummer. The concept, that's all right. I'm down. Hoverboard racing.
Unless
A
I'm
little
thinking
bit
of
of
Sonic
Jet Moto
Riders
action.
Zero Gravity. I don't remember which one is which. Or no, Sonic Free Riders is the Connect game.
Interesting.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit because
Okay.
I'm gonna skip ahead to stuff that I know.
All right.
Sonic and the Secret Rings. That is Nintendo Wii shovelware.
Sounds right.
I'm gonna skip ahead past all the Drek because Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games is it's got Mario in it. They can't let that be bad.
Wait a minute.
You
I
can't
don't
take
know if that
you
quite adds up.
You can't take your own franchise if you're trying to take the opponent down.
Gotcha. So it's just a red carpet treatment while they're with the president.
Exactly.
And then we put 'em right
after
back in
that,
their
it can
shitty
get
hotel.
Right back in the gutter.
Yep. As soon as we're done with our photo ops.
I'm gonna jump. What? 1 year ahead. Fuck, there were a lot of Sonic games in 2007.
That's a bad sign all on its own.
2008, Sonic Unleashed. That is a divisive game to say the least.
Yeah, Sonic the Werehog.
Yeah.
I love Sonic the Werehog because that is the game where I was like, okay, I get it. I get it.
now. I know what they're doing.
Yep, we're just fucking around at this point, and now that I'm in on the joke, I'm okay with it.
And then right after that, the next year after Unleashed, is Sonic and the Black Knight.
Woof.
Mm-hmm.
Woof.
It's Sonic and the
I
Secret
mean,
Rings.
hit
20s a
after
night.
hit, year after year. Ben, those are numbers you cannot deny. Oh my
That's-
God.
You other brothers can't deny.
That is-
when a
I
hog
mean-
comes in with a sheeny shiny metal and a couple of really hot levels, you get sprung.
It's a Nintendo greatest hits and a Sonic greatest hits 100% overlap that year. I mean, what are we talking about here? That sucks though. For real, what a nightmare. Aren't you like, God, it eats so bad when you compare to how carefully they protect their homegrown like favorites. Look at how careful they are with Mega Man. The Sonic,
Yeah, he hasn't gotten a game in 10 years.
yeah, they literally only make one when they have a
20
good
years?
idea and really want to make one. The Metroid, same thing. Mario's like the test horse for every new idea, but they always do the shit out of Mario games. Like
the Mario charcuterie board. We're gonna figure out what everybody's in the mood to eat today.
yeah, like Mario games fuck around, but like they always work hard to make them show ponies. Like they never want to leave them like looking
They
crappy.
fuck around, but they always find out.
Yeah.
So okay, wait. I'm next year after Black Knight, Sonic the Hedgehog 4,
Oh,
Ep-
okay.
Episode 1.
That
so-
game was pretty well remembered, right?
No, it was not.
No?
That is the most hated 2D Sonic game ever made.
Oh, interesting.
Yep. Because it handles like old steamy buttholes.
That's unfortunate.
Imagine a Sonic game where you have lead shoes and can't run fast.
I cannot play Sonic games to begin with, so there's no. I'm the wrong person to.
Maybe you'll be
I
good at
literally
this one.
can't imagine it because Sonic's really awkward to me.
Then
Some
right after
games
that
some
is
games
the-
just click with you or they don't, and that game in my brain just don't like it.
Right after Sonic 4 is Sonic Free Riders, the Connect exclusive
Oh boy.
shovelware steaming pile of a game.
Yikes.
Colors I've heard good things about, but I don't trust those good things anymore. Because I've seen what came before it. I don't know why. Colors just doesn't appeal to me. I don't know why. I haven't even played it. I've like had the chance to play it and I looked at it and I go, I just don't want to.
I think I've played Colors.
Any good?
I cannot remember. I played a bunch of Sonic like 3D Sonic games on like a Rampage, and they really blend together. I didn't beat any of them. I would just play until I was like, all right, that's enough of that. So like but I didn't have a bad time with any of them, but none of them were like games I really wanted to go back to. I'm trying to think if there's any of them that I really wanted to play through and beat. I don't think there is. So like I'm almost certain that I did play it, but I just don't remember shit. Which is not a good sign, I suppose.
Well, anyway, after Colors, you jump ahead, and the Colors was 2010. It takes
Yeah.
7 years for a bunch of fans to make Sonic Mania.
Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, that's the
even-
one that people love.
I don't even know how canonical, not canonical, but like, I don't even know if Nintendo even gave a fuck at that point.
I mean, why would they?
Exactly.
Like, it's gonna sell on Nintendo consoles. What do they care?
Well, by this point, Sonic was just wherever the fuck he wanted to be, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, so what
I
does it
just
even
realized, you
matter?
know what I didn't see in this list?
Huh.
Where are you at, Sonic 2006?
Oh.
It is... Oh my god, it's not even on the list. It's not even here.
Changing history.
Oh, you revisionist twats.
God damn it. Just gonna pretend like you didn't do that and like we didn't all see it. Motherfucker. You're a laugh track in the real world. You lying slut.
And as soon as you remove that laugh track, things get awkward. Big old patch of time where nobody's saying shit.
Whew. Alright, I think that's it for me.
Alrighty.
Thanks for
I
hanging
got
out.
some
Good
recording to
time.
do anyway.
Alright, Godspeed
Yep.
and good luck.
See ya.
See ya. And good night, you. Good night, Moon. Good night, everybody. Farewell. Do 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 boo boo bum bum boo boo bum 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 bum.